do português básico.
Very well, but
Good
strange. What is this time of
morning.
year? You are all very sleepy. Bom dia. Yes.
Yeah.
Now everybody is seated now. I welcome everyone. My name is Francisco Mendes. It's a
My
pleasure to
name
be
is
here with you
Francisco
both, the
Mendes.
authorities, the ecclesiastical
Gostava de dar as boas-vindas a.
authorities, and with no delay because we really want to discuss with you, young people, the care of creation. We will start our day with a message from the rector of the Universidade Católica Portuguesa, Professora Isabel Capelua Gil, and also a message from Mr. Gleison Souza, the Secretary of the Dicastery for Laity, Family and Life, and Mr. Daniele Bruno, President, and sorry for my Italian, of Fondazione Giovanni Paolo II per la Gioventù. So welcome everybody. I hope you have a great day, and let's hear from them right now. Thank you.
Bom dia.
Good morning.
Cardinal Czerny, Monsignor Giulodori, Dr. Daniele Bruno, Mr. Gleison Souza, Secretary for the Dicastery of Laity and Family, Ambassador Fezes Vital, distinguished guests, dear friends. I am delighted to welcome you to the fourth Care of Creation Conference, jointly organized by the St. John Paul II Foundation, the Catholic University of Portugal, and Università Católica del Sacro Cuore. This is also the grand kickoff event to the activities taking place at Católica over the week on the occasion of World Youth Day. This is a joyful week for all of us in anticipation of Pope Francis' visit to campus on August 3rd, and I'm deeply thankful to the Foundation for this partnership that allows us to participate as a site of knowledge production in the mission entrusted to humanity to take care of creation. As St. John Paul II said in his speech to the Portuguese universities, the first time he visited Portugal, Coimbra, in 1982, he said, universities are the place where one's vocation to knowledge, just as one's constitutive bond with truth as the end of knowledge, becomes a daily reality. Care of creation is a mandate entrusted by God to humanity, but over the ages, we seem to have forgotten the mission, having grown accustomed to either look at our common home and those who inhabit it from two equally disturbing perspectives: control and indifference. As the Korean philosopher Byung-Chul Han argues, there is a need to rekindle a narrative of hope to overcome the technocratic boredom of our society of exhaustion. We are gathered here today because Pope Francis has inspired us to understand that nothing in the world is indifferent to us. This utterance at the heart of the encyclical Laudato Si challenges to break the sea of indifference before the suffering of others, to cherish the whole of creation. Laudato Si is not an encyclical that limits its scope to the widely discussed environmental agenda. It clearly demands an extrication from our comfort zone to enter, as Pope Francis says, into a dialogue with all people about our common home. It forces us out of our comfortable position as Catholics, speaking to Catholics, and asks for a deep dive into the entanglements of the global condition to address a runaway model of development. In the model of global dialogue that Laudato Si invites us to pursue, there is a clear mission for universities to pursue discernment, to seek to understand, question the contradictions, and find tentative answers for the problems of our societies, bringing local concerns to engage with the responsibility before the world at large. One of the recurring tropes of contemporary thought is that place is inextricably connected to our vision of the world, that in fact, one thinks where one is. So for us in Europe, that we look at the world from a very specific European perspective, from South America, from Asia, and from Africa, the perspective is different. And the important thing is to bring all of these perspectives together and to be able to engage with each other and understand where this local vision comes from. Yet this attention to place, to the local, must not forego global interconnectedness, that in fact our lives are deeply entwined with the experiences of our sisters and brethren across the globe. The Holy Father reminds us in the encyclical Laudato Si that precisely this sense of globality inevitably obliges us to think of one world with a common plan, and to accept the world as a sacrament of communion. More than a promise, this is the experience and the practice that a scholar must pursue. Science and research require mutual recognition and an ability to transform and transcend in communal and collaborative engagement. It also requires responsibility, that we see the face of the other in our everyday practice. The aim to absorb, to understand, and further universal knowledge, which the very idea of the Universitas pivots around, demands this movement of engagement with the enormous challenges of our times, but also with the beauty of creation. The goal of the university is to be a place of continuous reinvention, integrating diversity of ideas, experiences, practices, building bridges across disciplines, research communities, geographies, projecting a global program to improve humankind's estate, clearly advancing knowledge for the common good and taking into consideration the anthropological, ecological, economic, cultural, and social sustainability of our common house. Communion, collaboration, and cosmopolitanism are the three C's of the professional path to knowledge as conceived at universities. For all of this, it is for all of us at Católica a privilege to host this important conference aimed at giving a voice to the youth, to listen to the good news that you shall all bring to the table, and to act, to move out of this room and act. Because as Pope Francis has inspired us to believe, to think, things can change and you can make a difference. Thank you.
Your Eminence, Cardinal Michael Czerny, magnificent rector of the Catholic University, and this lady, as you've seen, is truly magnificent. My dear friend, Mr. Gleison de Souza, and my very dear friend, Avvocato Daniele Bruno, presidente della Fondazione Giovanni Paolo II per la Gioventù. I was told once that the most dangerous speeches are those that start with the words, "I will be brief." So I will not start my speech today with the words, "I will be brief." I will start with the sentence, "I will be very brief." Let me switch to the fourth most spoken language in the world of bom dia, Portuguese. Duas palavras apenas.
Just two words, and both words are to give thanks. The first one for your presence here, especially for those who came from further away. To all of you, I would like to greet you with a hug from the heart and with the heart. Welcome to this city, Porto, from the port for so much arrivals and departures, so many meetings on behalf of hope. This city, the capital of the most ancient nation with the same borders of a Portugal that celebrates this year 880 years as a sovereign nation, but also 880 years from the arrival to Rome of my first ancestor as an ambassador. At that time, they were called diplomatical delegates. He was Don John de Coriat, the Bishop of Porto, Archbishop of Braga, and Primate of Spain, who had just coronated Dom Afonso Henriques as the first king of Portugal, an ecclesiastic. So a beginning, signing signal of a beginning of a multi-secular relationship between Portugal and the Holy See, which is determinant to define our nationality and for the projection of the church. My second thanks is for the Foundation John Paul II for the Youth, on behalf of its president, Daniele Bruno, for this magnificent initiative. Within the context that I've maintained with the press, preparing for the World Youth Journey, I'm asked what I'm expecting for it to be, and my answer has been always the same. Facing all that we have lived throughout the years, first with the financial crisis, then the pandemic, and now the horror of the war, facing the dimension and the complexity of the challenges, the existential challenges for mankind that we have um, facing us, it's fundamental, it's urgent that in Lisbon, throughout the next few days, we are able to provide an opportunity to hope. Let's give hope a chance, an opportunity to prove that, as Fernando Pessoa said, Fernando Pessoa was a poet that was so Portuguese and so universal. He said that everything is worth it if you don't have a small soul. And our soul is not small. That is what this initiative, this meeting that we are having today is. It's an investment in hope. There would be no better way to start this week, to start this journey. Let it take us all to find the discovery in others and in ourselves. This is a sign of hope, because without hope, there won't be change. And change is urgent, because without change, there won't be a future. Thank you very much.
Vou seguir os exemplos do senhor embaixador e vou
Let
falar
me follow the example of Mr. Ambassador and address you in Portuguese. Your Eminence, Cardinal Chani, Your Excellency, Dean of the Portuguese Catholic University, ladies and gentlemen, dear youth. On behalf of Kevin Farah, the Mayor of the Dicasteria for the Layman of the Family and Life, let me send you all my greetings. Let me thank the Foundation for this Congress on the Care of Creation in its fourth edition. Throughout the years, the Foundation has been able to create a nice synergy around the subject of care of creation, putting together different actors, foundations, dicasteriums, universities, and many other entities and sponsors. They made it possible, this event. To all of you, thank you. Let me thank all civil institutions. It shines a light in terms of our common worry for the destiny of our planet and our humanity. Pope Francis teaches us that protecting creation is at the same time a commitment to faith and a civil commitment, where we share the sense of urgency and the responsibility of identifying solutions to withhold the crisis and to accelerate the procedure of ecological transition. Protecting the creation cannot be done alone It needs a joint effort and a wholesome approach. The church will not mitigate any efforts throughout this path. Let me thank all speakers, experts, moderators, facilitators. Thank you for your availability in monitoring youth. This has been addressed intentionally in a less academic manner, giving room to the experience, to the witnessing. I'm very thankful for that. That's exactly what Pope Francis wishes by designing training paths for youth. Let us reach the wish to convey a great quantity of doctrinal content, and let's try or let's soothe the angst of really the greatest content of doctrinal content. And first and foremost, let us root the vast experiences that give way to the Christian life. Let me thank you, dear youth, for participating in this training. Because of the ecological part of youngsters, but this generous answer overcome our optimistic expectations, like those who were charged by the pastoral care of youth. We should participate in this meeting to witness the affection and the openness that the Pope has for all of you. The Pope loves you. He relies on you. He invests on you, not just for the future, but above all, like today, the now from God. The subject of today, it's not just the pastoral area of our institution. The new paradigm intertwines with the mission from the Holy Father. We are responsible for valuing the Layman Apostolate, and as we know, this connects the environmental and the social crisis as two sides of the same coin. So, any attempt to answer, to be truly effective, must be systemic, because everything is intertwined, everything is connected. That is why the Holy Father doesn't just talk about environmental ecology, but also political, economic, cultural, human, social. Talks about the health of institutions. In a nutshell, to protect the creation equals building a new society with a human face. Thinking about education, economy, politics, the connection between the political fighting against the manipulation of the human person, trying to find justice and the common good. All these challenges include laymen that, because of their baptism, have the mission of livening the secular definitions with the evangelical spirit. Our dicastery is also dedicated to family, so we feel summoned for an intervention when they say that to heal our Mother Earth, we should first take care of our relationships. Actually, the family is a laboratory for relationships. It is within the family that we welcome and protect life, and it is within family that we learn how to take care of each other. Family is a school of gratuity. It is the forge where the values and lifestyles are defined. It is the first place where ecological consciousness comes about, where you learn to have a selective collection, to avoid waste, to turn off the light when you exit a room. In the words of the Holy Father, The family is the place for the integral training, where distinct aspects that are intimately connected between themselves have the personal maturing. In family, we learn how to ask license without serving and to say thank you as an expression of an assessment of things that we welcome, dominating aggressiveness, greed, and apologizing when we do something wrong. Those gestures, courteous gestures, help to build a culture of life that's shared and the respect for those who surround us. All of this turns family into a decisive agent, unwaverable in fighting degradation of creation. So, I'm very happy that one of the 5 working groups for this afternoon will work with family. Church has the supreme duty of monitoring families in its challenging mission of forming people. Our dicastery protects life, making it flourish whenever threatened. The radical news by Pope Francis with his concept of integral is that the defense of nature cannot be separated from the protection of human life. The Pope establishes the equation that protecting creation equals protecting human life, specifically the life of the weakest. So, the poor and the earth are put in the same segment, the intangible value of the human person that cannot be sacrificed in favor of partisan interests. Protecting human life becomes the ethical benchmark for politics, economy, and culture. Dear friends, experts will discuss all these issues, but let me take advantage of my first participation in this Congress as the new secretary for our institution to give you 3 images, which are also my personal vows to all of you here. First is the puzzle. Pope Francis insists in the human root of the ecological crisis, so just one change in the human being will allow us to face the problem by its root. Our abuses against nature, our brothers, come from a distorted understanding of our position within the creation itself. We are not the owners of Earth, we are part of it. We are an item of this beautiful puzzle, which is the work of God. He was the one who put all other creatures with which we are deeply connected and of which our own existence depends. My desire is that we have the humbleness of taking the place which is ours within creation, helping us to live with gratitude next to all creatures around us, that it awakens in all of us the desire to respect the grammar of nature and to live in harmony with the entirety of creation. Harmony is a different name for peace. The second one is the football team. I'm a Brazilian, so in Brazil, football is a national sport. Dear Ambassador, Portugal, how many World Cups have you won? We have 5, okay? Just to remind you. As you said before, battling for preserving creation cannot be fought or won alone. Let us form a network, let us form a team, let us form a strong front to change culture, support each other mutually, thus overcoming obstacles, even the most unthinkable ones, because in fact, the resistance is still strong around the subject of integral ecology, questioning models of development with significant interests. Walk together. Go to people your own age, announce to them the good news of the protection or the care of creation. Bring your excitement. Don't be afraid to go beyond religious and ideological barriers, because our Mother Earth, despite ill treated, continues to be marked by many signs of hope that gathered might imprint a new course in the events, creating a proper culture of respecting creation. Third and last, it's not just an image, it's Mary. Mary stood and went rushly. It is a summoning to action so that the results of this Congress are not just on paper, but above all, there must be no hesitation. Ecological awareness is raising, sure, but it's still insufficient to change the habits of consumption that don't seem to decrease. It's actually the other way around. They expand and develop. Still a long way to go, but let's not be led by anxiety. The Holy Father asks us to begin processes because time is greater than space. And social processes, because of their own nature, are notoriously slow. That's why I trust our path of ecological conversion to Mary, the Mother of Hope. The Congress is just for one day, but my hope is that its teachings and the experience of today can follow throughout the rest of life for all of you. Care of creation, it's not the secondary dimension of faith. Taking care of creation means to believe. Thank you for your attention. I wish you a great day of work. Thank you.
Parlerò in italiano, buongiorno.
I'll speak in Italian. Good morning.
La padrona di casa, la rettrice Isabel Capello Agil, il vice rettore,
Let me
il
thank
cardinale
our
Cecco,
host, everyone here,
il segretario del Dicastero Gleison De Paula Sosa e Sua Eccellenza l'ambasciatore.
all
Grazie
our
a tutti.
speakers from the opening session. Dear Ambassador,
Dopo queste persone,
I have thought a lot about what to say after these people
grazie
and those who will follow.
a voi che siete presenti.
And I would like to say thank you to all of you here.
Testimonianza che date. Siete la testimonianza di una Chiesa viva, di quella Chiesa che si alza e va in fretta verso il
You
prossimo.
are the example of a living church towards the next one, to disseminate the message that we have the need to preserve our common house. If we are here, is that because each of you know that it's not just the future, it is also the present. It is within this present that each of you lives, have their own life, their work, their friends, their relationships. It is with this environment that we are here. We want to live in the world, taking care that the Lord entrusted to all of us. And it is within this scope that I convey hope that all of this is possible. I would also like to thank you for being here the day before the intense week ahead of us, in which we will meet the Holy Father here next Thursday. I know that this choice has required some logistical efforts, and I would like to thank you all. I would also like to thank all of those who collaborated support this meeting, not just the John Paul II Foundation, but also the support of the Dicastery for the Laity, Family and Life, the Universidad Católica Portuguesa, the JMJ Foundation, the Dicastery for the Service of Integral Human Development, the Catholic University of Sacred Heart, the Laudato Si movement, the Magis Foundation, and other institutions that have helped us. Let me thank you, because it's been almost a year and a half of meetings that were always with a very constructive dialogue. My last thank you, and I hereby finish, is personal. Thank you for reminding me of the deep meaning of my presidency by the Cardinal Farrell. It's not just a task. It is also a mission. My mission is to make meetings like this taking place. After everything we said, something special for this week and for the life that's coming after this week. Our lifestyle, with the courage of being apostles of the world, with all necessary creativity, with an invite to exit that comfort zone, standing from the couch. Pope Francis talks about this many times. I would like us to launch from Lisbon the message of some lifestyles that might, after all, and actually renew the world within different scopes, of which the next panel will be an evidence of. I wish us all a good JMJ, and may the Lord guide us in this path, and that Our Lady protect us.
Okay, so before we welcome His Eminence, the Cardinal Michael Cerny, we have some addresses to make here. So first of all, the Wi-Fi, so important for the young generations, is available at UCP Guest. It opens a land page, so after accessing it, it opens the land page and you need to enter your name and the email through which you access the conference and you make your application. That is the first. Then the second, and I think it's very interesting to say right in the beginning as we kick off the study part and the part of work that we are starting now, which is that the final manifesto of this Care of Creation Congress will be delivered to the Pope Francis on the 3rd of August when it comes to Universidad Católica, and we'll be meeting the young people. So it will be delivered to him. So there's a special incentive to make this Congress and this conference a very hard effort of everyone. And the last is kind of an unboxing moment for me, which is you all have the bag that was given to you, and inside you might have this little box. So Daniel, am I doing it right? Is this one? Okay, thank you. So you might have this box, and after opening and assembling it, you might end up with something like this, which is carton-made glasses for virtual reality. You put your phones inside. I don't know, mine is not here. So you open it and you put it inside. And then after using your glasses, you can access this conference through virtual reality. Because this conference and this Congress is not only available for now. We want this to be work for the future, and it will be available on the next days for you to revisit and to put your attention in detail to every session. So that is the disclaimer that I wanted to make. And with no details, I will welcome His Eminence, the Cardinal Michael Cerny, that will talk to us and will enlighten us as a kickoff on the theological significance of integral ecology, the care and the service of every person, particularly to the most vulnerable. Let's welcome him with a great applause. Thank you.
Dear everyone, if I had known that I would be speaking in virtual reality, I would have prepared differently. But apparently here we are also in reality. I was asked to talk about your commitment as young people to integral ecology and lifestyles for a new humanity. This theme has a strikingly prophetic tone. It relates directly to this crucial point of history, these times which are being called the Anthropocene. The Anthropocene is a new geological epoch. It names a staggering turning point in the history of our planet. Never before has Homo sapiens lived in such a time. For humans have significantly altered and are significantly altering all Earth's systems, the atmosphere, the oceans, the continents, and all ecosystems, the whole community of life on Earth. We are now experiencing disturbing, concurrent, simultaneous trends. Ice rapidly disappearing, hotter and more acidic oceans, rising sea levels, extreme weather, floods, droughts, and catastrophic wildfires. This is affecting marine, freshwater, and terrestrial life more and more. Since late winter, my home country, Canada, has experienced its worst wildfire season. And in late June and early July, the resultant smog blanketed large cities across North America and even reached Portugal here. 3 continents are now in the grip of extreme heat. The world of the 2020s has already left the safe Holocene climate zone, the global climate conditions in which, since the last ice age, agriculture and civilizations have developed over the past 11,700 years. Now, heat records are being exceeded yearly and even month by month. Human activity causing greenhouse gas emissions is the cause of the excessive heat. More than 90 nations have now signed the Paris Accords and set targets to reach net zero emissions by mid-century. But not enough is being done, and results are falling far short of the target. So things will get worse. We are now heading dangerously close to the 1.5 to 2 degrees ceiling targeted by the Accords, and dangerous tipping points looming within the next several decades are getting closer and closer. In Laudato Si, Pope Francis reframes church teaching on creation, on the natural environment that is our unique cradle of organic life, by highlighting the neglected fact that humans are an integral part of the Earth system and are now collectively shaping its future. He urgently invites the world to engage in honest dialogue on how shall we construct the future of the planet. Never before did we know that it was in our hands. He provides us with the elements needed to reflect theologically on integral ecology. Integral ecology interconnects the wide range of languages and categories that take us to the heart of what it means to be human. The Holy Father helps us to think about all this humanly, spiritually, and theologically. The Gospel calls us to change how we live and act and pray. Unprecedented is the complex combination of many crises. The eco crisis, the topic of this conference, the plague of extreme positions, the so-called culture wars, the hundreds of millions in misery, more and more of them forced to flee their homes, the new digital age with much promise and many pitfalls. New meanings and fresh values are needed, and above all, living examples of persons, communities, and institutions that embody a new humanity. Humanity has to change, and indeed more deeply has to convert. The required change is much more than simply political or technological solutions. The climate, along with the atmosphere, earth, and waters of our planet, constitute a common good, belonging to all and meant for all. We must become more aware of our common origin, our mutual belonging, our shared future, and our shared responsibility for that future. This would permit new convictions to develop, new connections and attachments, and new styles of life. The third chapter of Laudato Si traces the human roots of the ecological crisis back to a particular way of perceiving the natural world and relating with it that has spread since the Industrial Revolution and become modernity's reigning mindset or worldview. Its technocratic paradigm, or what Madame Rector called its runaway model of development, tend to dominate economic, political, and cultural life, pit humans against the natural world and against one another. This mindset, this worldview, this runaway model promote a modern myth of progress, grounded in a utilitarian mindset, which consists of individualism, unlimited progress, competition, consumerism, the unregulated market. The external deserts in the world are growing because the internal deserts have become so vast. The words of Benedict XVI. If we are truly concerned to develop an ecology capable of remedying the damage we have done, no branch of the sciences and no form of wisdom can be left out, including the religions and cultural and spiritual riches of the world's many different peoples. In this spirit, we thank the world's indigenous peoples for their courageous and persevering efforts to protect the earth. Young people have a new ecological sensitivity and a generous spirit, and some of you are making admirable efforts to protect the environment. Therefore, you demand change. You wonder how anyone can claim to be building a better future without thinking of the environmental crisis and the sufferings of the excluded. In short, the immensity and urgency of the challenge we face impel us to embark on a new ethical and spiritual itinerary in which the results of the best scientific research available today play an absolutely essential role, and in which we recalibrate the relationship between human beings and the environment. In fact, no branch of the sciences and no form of wisdom can be left out. Integral ecology requires that they all network together, for scientific activity in various fields shows that the network is the most effective model for describing reality. This prompts us to pay increasing attention to the interconnections between the different elements that make up the world, on which the delicate balance that makes our survival and that of all living species possible. On this, all the balance depends. This model is inspired by Laudato Si, which both locates the human being within the interconnected web of reality and affirms the irreplaceable human role in the care of the common home. Let me underline, I think this is key, that reality is an interconnected web. Universities have been trying for 1,000 years to figure out what reality is. Well, here's the answer. I joke, but I think it's very important. I think it is the radical contribution of Laudato Si to make this available to us all. What would be your role in integral ecology? To achieve net zero emissions, which will allow our overheated planet to cool off, transformations are necessary across all global systems, all global networks. How our economies are powered, how people and goods are transported, how a growing and aging population gets fed. Important actions and major shifts are necessary for the green transition to sustainability. I'd like to give you 8 examples. Achieve net zero emissions by mid-century means seriously and rapidly transitioning from a fossil fuel economy to a clean energy economy everywhere on the globe. Secondly, stop deforestation, especially in watersheds of global importance like the Congo and the Amazon. Plant trees to increase the greening the earth and sequestering carbon. Protect our ocean shorelines from erosion. Thirdly, protect biodiversity and habitats and halt ecosystem degradation. Many countries are calling for the protection of 30% of land and marine environments by 2030. The 30-30 target is considered to be a minimum, just like the 1.5 degrees was a minimum. It wasn't a possible ideal. It was the minimum necessary. So too the 30-30 target. Cities, now home to over 57% of the world's population, take up 3% of the land, but are responsible for most of the world's energy consumption and greenhouse gas emissions. People-friendly cities require more public transportation, more walking, and natural, not electrical, natural biking. Transportation. A rapid shift to far fewer private cars is urgently needed, and to greener fuels for all modes of transportation. I think I'm at number 6. Agriculture needs to regenerate itself and produce nourishing food in a way that restores soil health sequesters carbon, and protects the climate, water resources, and biodiversity. Economics and finance. The frantic pursuit of profit that ignores the common good in nature and society needs to give way to responsible economics and finance. Have you a department here we can entrust this task to? Our efforts at education will be inadequate and ineffectual unless we strive to promote a new way of thinking about human beings, a new way of thinking about human beings, about life, about society, and about our relationship with nature. And this is exactly what we're talking about today. Both the teachers and the learners engaged in environmental education must be able to help themselves and everyone to grow in solidarity, responsibility, and compassionate care within the great networks of life, within the great networks of reality. And so, I'm beginning to conclude, but I won't do it soon. Human life is grounded in three fundamental and closely intertwined relationships: with God, with our neighbor, and with the earth itself. Everything is related, and we human beings are united as siblings on a wonderful pilgrimage, unfolding in the love of God, in the love God has for each of his creatures. Integral ecology seeks to restore the various levels of ecological equilibrium, establishing harmony within ourselves, with others, with nature and other living creatures, and with God. Each of you, whatever your interests and skills, your location and opportunities, has a part to play. Each one of you has a part to play. Whether religious or not, everyone can agree that the earth is a shared inheritance whose fruits are meant to benefit everyone, both today and tomorrow. For believers, this becomes a question of fidelity to the Creator, since God created the world for everyone. Consequently, it is not in accord with God's plan that this gift be used in such a way that its benefits favor only a few. This calls into serious question the unjust habits of a part of humanity. Unfortunately, we have to say a small part of humanity, a small fraction of humanity. Hence, every ecological approach needs to incorporate a social perspective, which takes into account the fundamental rights of the poor and the underprivileged. Some of you might be old enough to remember when people would say, "No, I'm for the poor," and the others would say, "I'm for the environment," and they would fight. Pope Francis says, au contraire, we have to hear the one cry of the poor and of the earth. Like other traditions, our rich heritage of Christian spirituality, the fruit of 20 centuries of personal and communal experience, has a precious contribution to make to the renewal of humanity. More than just ideas, the teachings of the gospel have direct consequences for our way of thinking, feeling, and living, and can motivate us to a more passionate concern for the protection of our world. Integral ecology takes work. Indeed, integral ecology upholds the value of labor. But this doesn't mean becoming frantically hyperactive. We also need to contemplate the Creator who lives among us and surrounds us, to honestly examine our commitments and lifestyle, and to develop a serene harmony with creation. We are speaking of an attitude of the heart, one which approaches life with serene attentiveness, which is capable of being fully present and accepts each moment as a gift from God to be lived to the full. Jesus taught us this attitude when he invited us to contemplate the lilies of the field and the birds of the air. We should imitate Saint Therese of Lisieux, whose simple daily gestures break with the logic of violence, exploitation, and selfishness. In conclusion, now I really am concluding, I invite you to take my words as just a step on your path towards caring for our common home. Just a small bit of light, a bit of motivation. Please read chapter 4 of Laudato Si, entitled Integral Ecology, where Pope Francis treats, now these are the dimensions of integral ecology: environmental, economic, and social ecology, cultural ecology, the ecology of daily life, the principle of the common good, and justice between the generations. It's a menu of reflection, the kind of reflection we're invited to do today. And Pope Francis endorses Francis of Assisi as our best guide. Saint Francis is the example par excellence of care for the vulnerable and of an integral ecology lived out joyfully and authentically. He is the patron saint of all who study and work in the area of ecology, and he's also much beloved by non-Christians. So he's also a saint of dialogue. He was particularly concerned for God's creation and for the poor and outcasts. He loved and was deeply loved for his joy, his generous self-giving, his open-heartedness. He was a mystic and a pilgrim who lived in simplicity and in wonderful harmony with God, with others, with nature, and with himself. He shows us just how inseparable the bond is between concern for nature, justice for the poor, commitment to society, and interior peace. I think it's worth repeating these 4 dimensions of the good life: concern for nature, justice for the poor, commitment to society, and interior peace. My dear friends, let these words inspire you to fully and faithfully live in and bravely care for our common home.
Thank you, Your Eminence. Are you enjoying? Oh, such excitement. Thank you very much. Are you enjoying? Yes. Thank you very much. I was afraid that you were not enjoying. It's good to wake up in the meantime, because now we have another very interesting topic, which is the real risk. And I think that as young people feel this a lot, the uncertainty of the future, and this point must be interesting to talk about the real risk of losing the joy of living. So we want to live with joy, as Pope Francis says, but we are afraid of losing this joy. And to talk about it, we have Mr. Pablo Martinez from Universidad Rey Juan Carlos de Madrid, and we welcome him, as usual, with our round of applause. Thank you very much.
La puedo poner aquí arriba, ¿verdad? Bueno. Yo voy a hablar en español.
Well, I'm going to speak in Spanish, but I will be able to answer any question in French, English, or Spanish. And on the other hand, I want to have a dialogue here where I will have 99% of the floor and you will have 1%, but enjoy that 1%. I would like to thank the organization of this event for asking me to be here. I'm a professor at the University Rey Juan Carlos, but me and my wife, we are teachers of environmental sciences dedicated to nature preservation, especially in Central America, protection of the seaside and protected spaces. And our cardinal in Madrid has asked us to come here to the Foundation Laudato Si, not only as a professor, but also as someone who's dedicated to nature preservation throughout the life. And suddenly your bishop tells you, well, now you will create a foundation and you will dedicate your life to this. So here are our thoughts, and our thoughts and I'm a person for action in the preservation of nature. But sometimes we need to think on why do we need to preserve nature? What that has to do with the sustainability of the earth as a gift. And I will try to explain this with some examples. I was 14 years old when I was asked to the wedding of a neighbor of mine, and it was unforgettable. The priest was someone very old, said everything that you cannot do. You cannot deceive, you cannot spread bad words about your spouse, you cannot raise your voice. And he told the husband, "You must stop looking at other girls." He said so many things that he couldn't do during the marriage that the obvious conclusion was, when I heard that, I said, I won't be married any time in my life. The marriage cannot be a group of no's, and the preservation of nature cannot be a group of no's. Don't do this, don't do that, recycle, etc. That's all well and good, but it's very good not to deceive not to betray your spouse. But the first thing is to know, why do we want to preserve nature? Why do we want to respect our spouse? So we need to understand what maintains sustainability. But let me ask you a question. If I cook well and my wife gets a lot of money, is my marriage sustainable? For yes, no, please vote. If she makes a lot of money and I cook well, is our marriage sustainable? But if I find a girl that makes more money, I can always change. So, sustainability of a marriage is not based on how I cook. It is based on something bigger than that, where she is special for me. And this makes me not someone who is useless, but the definition of my life with her is not based on my usefulness for her. But the first risk that we have is to understand care as prohibition. The second issue is to realize that things are sustainability by the reciprocity and usefulness. That is not true. My wife, for my wife, it's cheaper to have a cook rather than a husband. So there is the need for something to maintain sustainability. And what do people have for that? For me, it's the ethical of surprise, of astonishing, of amazement. Let me ask you a question. To like my wife, I must understand my wife very well. to care for the planet, I need to understand the planet? Who has seen the planet as a whole? Who has seen the whole of the planet? Who has seen the whole planet? God? God and Bruce McAngel. When who's Bruce McAngel? It's this guy. And it is very interesting because this gentleman and God have seen the planet as a whole. Here he is in space, and this is a very interesting experience that was written in the Home Planet book, everything that the astronauts felt when seeing the planet. And he said something that was very interesting. When I remember my spacewalk and I was able to see what was happening around me, around this show, I'm not inside the ship. I'm around 17,000 miles an hour, and this silence contrasts with the scenario. With in this experience, I'm chosen by God to have this experience. We didn't, it's not something targeted at you. And at this moment, you know that you are an element of man. The first question is, what, as this gentleman, what drugs did he take? And the real question is, what is happening to this person? This is one of the first photographs taken from of our planet, taken from the moon. And here you have an explanation. I look down and the human beings are the same. So this is a feeling of humbleness. It's a responsibility not only for oneself, but you are recognized that you are a piece within life. And this brings a special responsibility and talks about your relationship with life. When you come back to Earth, there is a difference in this world, and this experience is a divine one. Reality, the impact of this shock, we call it amazement. And this amazement is humility. When we see something that big, that is a reality that you don't define, the signal that your actions are true and the response to what you've seen, it's humility. And humility brings a responsibility in terms of ethics. And that ethics says that I must bring a message of preservation. The ethics of the amazement comes from the wow. But if I don't feel this wow for my wife, probably the sustainability is only based when she wins with my cooking or in the things that I don't have to do. So where does the preservation of nature start? It starts with a word and finishes in another. It starts with wow and finishes with ah. I know why I said wow. This is the meaning of the amazement, is the admiration for something that it is not me, something that I cannot stop saying, that it's extraordinary that this exists. If we don't say that about our spouse, what will sustain our marriage? So the following step is to understand the meaning of this experience, the amazement, the natural path of amazement. It's not only an aesthetic feeling, it is the beginning of a walk. The This brings the desire of getting together, and as you would say, to find that you are in a world, to get amazed, to go back to the beginning, the wow to my wife, wow to this plant, wow to this ecosystem. Rachel Carson, who wrote a book that I recommend, which is The Meaning of Amazement, said some things. Those who contemplate the beauty of earth find reservations of strength that will last to the end of their lives. There is a symbolism and real admiration of birds, the flow, the the marine plants. Beauty comes as a sign of other things because it involves our hearts. It makes our heart moves us with the apostles, with Jesus, with ecologists facing the sea, or someone who's passionate by their loved one. And at the same time, it is something that is moving and that brings us about toward either the earth is a wonderful and mysterious place that never ends, but at the same time, it is a home. You feel at home in the through the infinite. That's a sign of God, something that is repairing in the rhythms of nature, in that feeling that the day comes after life. And Rachel Carson says that after beauty there is a meaning, contemplation. It's not only aesthetics, it brings you to the mystery of life. So when I say wow to the space of my wife, or I say wow when I see the behavior of chimps, there is a path ahead of us. There is a positive and infinite way, an infinite path. And this path, it's us, the ones that are preserving nature. We are like children, always saying wow when facing plants and flowers. This ecology thinker of the 80s, between one joint and the other, he was a hippie. He said some interesting things. And he said that this whole in its full and its parts, it's so wonderful. And I think that its whole is dignified of all the dignified love, all the class of love, and it deserves all the affections when facing God. This is not a Christian thinker, it's a New Age thinker, but he recognizes that beauty as a meaning that creates a path. When going back to our affections, to our single God, to our fantasies, this is very beautiful. But then Jeffers says this: our privilege and happiness is found in loving God with His beauty without claiming or expecting love from His side. And this broke my heart. How there is a beautiful girl that I'm in love with, and she's marrying someone else. It's a little bit frustrating. But what if that child that is ourselves, that looking at nature, at the end of the day, this child is looking at is that someone that is saying, "Come to me, I like you." And here, the nature, the motive that I preserve nature is a response. We were loved in the first place, and this is very important. I cannot love my wife just because she gives me the money to cook. In a way, I must recognize that my wife is a gift for me, and I was loved by her. And my movement is a movement of being thankful. And being thankful corresponds to the human heart. The most natural form of living is saying thank you. So there is a precious correspondence, and what brought me back to the church. I'm a passionate ecologist, but I saw that I was only someone looking at the heart of God. And the most moving thing that is beauty is like the language for the deaf. Many times we see many things that we don't lose, but when we say wow, I'm not only looking to for the heart of God, but the heart of God is looking for that beauty, the beauty of nature, and the preservation respond to what the church says is a call. It's a vocational call. It's a dialogue, as the Pope Benedict said, is a trajectory of love and truth. Is the way that God says to the deaf, "I like you, I love you." More or less like that, because I'm not a big theologist, but I think it's a good definition. It's destined to find the Christ as a whole, and so this is a vocational to preserve nature, the care is a response for love. So the preservation, and I dedicate myself to that, to politics, to the preservation of protected spaces, is like the call from Mateus, come and preserve. Who can care for their wife or the landscape without have a deep perspective of beauty? So the conservation, the preservation, the technique is important, the economy is important, but fundamental is the response on the change and the mercy. This is the most beautiful part, and this is what made me come back to the church. My ecologist heart is completed in our common home in the church, which is also a common home. Let me leave you with two conclusions. First one, we, the Catholic, the Christians, we have to say that this world is a gift of love. And this is, and I like you, love. We must be caring for the amazement that will bring us to humility and commitment. But this commitment cannot come about from the fear of the future, to be thinking of what it will be of me if my wife doesn't bring my money. So this would be an issue, but let's leave this. And the important thing is that I look at her, Rachel Carson, and we must be polite. She says we must be educators in this sense. We need to be people who open their eyes when facing beauty, when facing the world. And I'm convinced of this Dostoevsky sentence and in their beauty, and dedicate the time that we felt that we are experiencing the beauty of creation that we see through the ants or the algae. A child that has never seen the stars, that was never in touch with other species, that has never experienced the beauty of nature, has, how can we say to someone to recycle, to say that you must consume less gas, but I must be faithful to my wife? Yes, but that is not at the heart of what we have ahead of us. The heart is knowing how to adore God. A great professor in the United States has asked me to explain what we scientists do. There are 9-year-old children that they say, how do I explain the scientific method to an 8-year-old? So I asked them to join their hands and saying, now you must bark to God. And every child started to imitate a dog. Very well, it's a very good barking. The angels are emotional because of the beauty of your barking. But now let me tell you what we scientists do. So I put pictures of two galaxies that were combined in the infinite, and every child said, wow. So the first bark is the desire to please God, to please your father. Wow, wow. And like when Real Madrid won another cup, we say, wow. But there are things in life that make us say, wow, and that recognize that you recognize it after I have said that. That's what happened with my wife. The first time I saw her, then came the questions: where she lives, who is she, what's her phone number. But the first thing is defined by the heart. This wow that we need to teach people. So we need to teach people to bark to God, we need to teach that to ourselves and to others, saying that all the preservation, all the effort has a hope in it. because those who gave us that, who promised, they promised this, that everything was going to go well. And then there is a source for those who believe, saying that you are, if we are fruit of an immense love. But if you don't believe, let yourself be seduced by it. Amaze yourself, spend time in nature, enjoy nature, because it's the language of the secret love. And we can go from wow to yes, and the ah will implicate the things that we need to change, not a violent change, but it will be an ecological conversion. But the ecological conversion starts at the heart. So this was what I wanted to explain. This is the fundamental thing is not to lose the passion for life, because it's the beginning of conversion. So my wife and I would like to thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we want all to marry after your testimony, except for those who are in vocation for fathers and nuns. Okay, sorry. Thank you so much. It was very enlightening. We now welcome, because he's in the room, our Cardinal Dom Manuel Clemente, the Cardeal Patriarca de Lisboa, that will say us a few words, and we welcome him because we are in his hometown. Thank you.
Bom dia.
Good morning.
Buongiorno. Buenos dias. I shall speak in Portuguese slowly, but you may hear it.
I will speak. Dear friends, dear Cardinal, dear Rector, all of you, it is a pleasure for me to be here. Now I can just be here for a short time, but I had to come here to greet you and to greet the initiative of this meeting, because as we have just heard, this attitude of contemplation towards nature, that we know it is the creation. This is a very important point, not only for our religion, for what connects us to God, the Creator, but to everything that we can do with our lives. In this meeting that will start tomorrow, and in a way, we are already starting this World Youth Day, we'll have many moments of conviviality and where we can get together with a collective celebration, with music, with praying, so many things that will be made available to those who participate in this meeting. But it is important that all this doesn't happen outside of us. It should have an echo in our heart. And this is the fundamental ecological attitude. We know that ecology intends to assure a good home for all of us. All this that happens here in the created by our God, and the God himself contemplates with pleasure. We know the biblical note of the creation of the world, and it says that God looks at its creation and it's pleased with its creation, with his creation. So this feeling of God towards creation is a feeling that we should all share, so that we can face everything with this contemplation attitude. I believe that our problem in this matter, and it's such an important matter, is that we are not trained to contemplate. And today, especially today, with all that is the mediatic capacity that offers us, We are more and more dependent of external impulses, of things that immediately we need to solve or feel like, and we don't have this attitude of letting things be offered in their reality, and then that we can also contemplate. And this way we won't meet each other. This ecology, this is the ecological thought and the ecological practice require from us this first point. We need to be able to contemplate, not only look at things. Seeing is something more than looking, but we should contemplate, being on the side of the creator, looking at the creation. Because if this happens, everything will be much different. We will stop spending and we will start enjoying using. That what we use doesn't end with us. We share that with us. Well, fruition is sharing, and this will resolve ourselves as people, and it will resolve the world as a creation. So, in the sequence of what Pope Francis offered us in Laudato Si, this is a priority point. We need in these days not only this meeting in the Portuguese Catholic University, but throughout these days in the World Youth Day, let's do an exercise of contemplation. We will see a lot of people, we will meet a lot of people, people we have never met before, who are facing us for the first time. But let's contemplate. Let's not respond what we haven't heard before. Let's stop and face reality so that we can contemplate and serve reality. So that's why ecology is a total exercise. It concerns the outside, but also our inside, our collective relationships. Without this integral ecology, we won't be prepared to what we should be and what we would like to be. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you very much for this meeting. It's the fourth meetings from what I see. So let's have much more, not only during the World Youth Day, but let's have them everywhere so that we are trained to have the look of the creator towards nature, and then we will be at the right place to solve things. Congratulations, be welcome, and it's a pleasure to see you, to contemplate you.
The importance of training to look and to contemplate with the eyes of the Creator. Thank you so much. Now we welcome the president of the platform Laudato Si. We will present as a platform, say what can be relevant for us today and how can it kick off and contribute to our Congress. So welcome John Mundell, the president of Laudato Si platform.
Bom dia, everyone. We've had a wonderful beginning of our day here, contemplating why we're thinking about integral ecology. We'll shift a little bit now to kind of like the acting part, the nuts and bolts. I'm not really the president of the Laudato Si Action Platform. I'm a director. I'm a coordinator. President sounds way too important. So what is the Laudato Si Action Platform? We'll talk a little bit about this in the 10 minutes. It's an ecological conversion for people and planet. And you saw the picture earlier of the Earth. And I put this up here in the same way. This was the result of a large program called the Apollo program that put humans on the face of the moon. It took many people. It was thought to be impossible to reach the moon, but it happened through the work and sweat of many people. I put this on here because every generation has its own moonshot, its own impossible task. In my lifetime as an environmental consultant, I was able to put my work into cleaning up pollution around the globe. We had many problems for decades and still do. But today and in the future, we have a different kind of moonshot, and it's going to require a different kind of action. So what is the Laudato Si Action platform? It involves many things. It was inspired by the Pope's encyclical Laudato Si, and it involves dialogue, it involves reflection, planning, action, and looking at impact. And it's a Vatican-facilitated online initiative. It's aimed at inviting Catholics and everyone on a journey of ecological conversion, a journey toward integral ecology. And there are participants belonging to various sectors that are supported by resources, by guides, by action ideas, webinars, and that connect as a global community. And its mission is to respond specifically to the cry of the earth and the cry of the poor and the cry of future generations. That's you. What's the vision? The vision is when we do things alone, when we take our own initiatives, but we do our part, it's like a drop of a pebble in the pond. There's a little ripple there. And if many people do this, but they do it separately, you may see lots of little independent ripples in a pond. What impact is that? But if we do things together, with the same vision, the same direction, we can create a wave that inundates us and inundates the world and begins to transform it. So the platform that we have been developing is about connecting people to the common mission of action. It's weaving or helping to weave a community, a global community that really tries to make an impact. And it helps build bridges between different continents, different cultures in order for this to happen. The value of joining this effort, which I'm going to invite all of you young people today to do, is that it makes us more credible when we live what we believe. We've been talking the talk for a number of years since Laudato Si came out, but we haven't been as good at acting, at being visible signs of transformation. We also become more effective when we act together. Remember the tidal wave I just showed you, the wave. So we think and act globally while we actually act locally. And we emphasize this idea of acting now, today. What can you do today in a small way to contribute? So what's happened? Since a year, within the last 2 years, we started this community. It involves a number of sectors, dioceses, parishes, families, individuals, schools, universities, religious congregations, business entities, organizations. In this amount of time, we've signed up close to 7,600 total organizations to this online platform and community, with about 4,000 institutions. And this impact is roughly 15 million people these organizations impact within 2 years. Oh, that sounds impressive, 15 million, except we have 1.3 billion Catholics we've got to engage. And that includes all of you. But it is a sign of hope. This is a little map of the people who have signed up to the platform. When you make these dots big enough, it looks like it covers the whole planet, right? But it's really not that as impressive when you look locally. If this, for example, this is South America, Brazil. We have people who've signed up to the platform, whether it's churches, individuals, dioceses, to act, to begin creating actions. And this is the network. What's exciting about this is that you can say, well, this is a lot of statistics and dots. But I've had the pleasure of getting to know many of these people around the world, and it's been inspiring. When you see what's happening already, even small actions makes me feel hopeful. It makes me feel like I want to join this effort and contribute, that we can actually make a difference. So this platform facilitates this interaction of these sectors, various sectors across the world. Here's one in Madrid in Spain. That's a good start, I think. So what is all the action about? It's about looking at trying to achieve specific goals, either as an individual, as a parish, as a diocese, as an organization. So you can have sector-specific goals, like if you're in a family, and we have many resources to help you do this. It's also flexible. You can set a goal for the year you're in, the present year. You can take one goal at a time, or you can take on the whole world. It's up to you how fast you go. There are also experts all over in the platform that can help you do different things, whether that's recycling or energy related or water related or waste. And we also then track how we're doing from year to year. At the end of a year, you do a self-assessment. How did I do? What am I going to try to do? These goals include a lot of different things, everything from ecological education, which many of you young people are perhaps undergoing at this university especially, ecological spirituality, a greater deepening, as we heard, of being mindful, of having sensitivity towards what it means to be ecological. Also to adopt sustainable lifestyles, or how we deal with money, what we invest in, what we put our faith in an economic sense. And then also community resilience and empowerment. What policies are we working to put in place locally to make a change? Just a couple of examples of things we've been doing this year. Webinars every month, global webinars where we all work together, like the tidal wave, and on the same thing. We've had more than 1,000 on these webinars every single month. And it's incredibly rich. You're there with the whole world. Simultaneous translations, developing relationships. We also have monthly newsletters, social media posts, which we need help, by the way, from you young people. We also have various global events. We sponsored a global relay race where we planted trees. And of course, World Youth Day activities. So these are a whole bunch of things you can get involved in, you young people. You know what you want to do. Do something you would like to do. Post on social media within the Laudato Si platform. Write an article. Present to your fellow people in your universities or schools. There's so many things we would like to involve you with. And again, our view is that what are we doing? We're trying to become visible to show what we believe we are actually doing. And we're trying to show this yearly progress to give what? To give hope. I often think of the platform as harvesting hope. We gather this information, we gather and share these stories and these success stories to what? To give hope to the rest of the world. Wouldn't that be an amazing thing for the Catholic Church to contribute? And so I'll leave you with this final thought. I like this quote from Richard Rohr. We do not think ourselves into new ways of living. We live ourselves into new ways of thinking. May the Laudato Si Action platform be one of those ways we live ourselves into new ways of thinking for the betterment of our planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now is the time for a coffee break, a very quick one. We come back at 11:15, so please be sharp so that we don't lose time. We have a lot to learn today and to work on. And I would ask the first row, the people that spoke until now, to have a family photo here while people are going to the break. Everyone understood? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. 11:15, okay? Yes, the ones arriving, knowing each other, ignoring the host of this event. Good morning. Buonasera. Bonjour. Buenos dias. Let's go clap. Let's all clap. Okay, I think we can sit down now. And hello, we can sit down. No. Okay, now that we are all seated, let's try again the bon dia, right? Bon dia! Yes. First of all, congratulations to all non-Portuguese, because the Portuguese are known to be always 15 minutes late, and you are like succeeding in acculturations. Thank you very much. So, with that being said, let's introduce the... Come on, guys. You don't even respect me. I'm kidding. Yes, applause is always good to make sure, yes. Okay. Was the coffee good? So you are all awake now. There are no excuses for people being sleepy, for people closing their eyes, for those chairs to be too comfortable. Okay, no excuses now. So we will welcome our plenary session. So we will present the panels on which we will work in the afternoon. So we need to be very, very focused and concentrated. And for the first panel, which is lifestyles and economy, I'm calling the moderator of this panel, which is Nuno Moreira da Cruz. Welcome him with an applause. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm not going to stay here alone. My name is Nuno Moreira da Cruz. I'm professor of sustainability here at Católica Lisbon. I also direct the center which is called Center for Responsible Business and Leadership. And I was asked to moderate this panel, which is an honor for me. So I would love to call and join me, please, Joana Silva, my colleague at university. Yes, Joana, John Mandel, that you have already seen him on stage, so second time on stage, John, and finally, Roberto Di Molfetta. Please join me. Okay, so my main, and I would dare to say only task is time management, okay? We have some sort of 20 minutes maximum for all of us together. So they are very well instructed that it should last for 4 or 5 minutes each one, and I will be looking at the watch if they fail, okay? So you know that our panel is about lifestyle and economy. We'll be focused a lot, especially in 2 issues. One is poverty, which is basically the area of expertise of Joana. And then we are talking about consumption. I will dare to say pre-consumption and post-consumption, right? Sort of. So let's listen to them because they are very, very inspiring. And I'm sure listen to them carefully because each one of them will finish the 4 minutes with a question for you that you'll be dealing with that in the afternoon in the allocated sessions, okay? At the end of the day, at the end of the session, I will remember you of the 4 questions. Joana, ladies first.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. It is really good to see you here. Good morning, buenos dias. And thank you for coming. Today, I want to talk to you about something that is very, very important to me, and I want you to dream with me for a second. And I want you to imagine a world where every child's potential is fulfilled, where your economic background doesn't determine your opportunities, and where knowledge is not a privilege, but a birthright. And that is the world that I dreamed about when I became an economist. And the books I read and the knowledge I acquired were very important, but more than anything, I soon discovered that nothing was more important than looking at the eyes of real people facing real challenges. And in my work, I had the privilege of meeting many of these people. And I want to tell you the story of one that touched me. I met Kadar, a kid, very, very clever, in Djibouti, a country I went several times in my work. And Kadar was really bright, really determined, and he had exactly the same dreams as you do. He wanted to be a medical doctor or a pilot, but his life was truly harder than ours. His school was made of metal, it was hot, it was polluted, and it was overcrowded. There was a lot of love in his family, but his parents really faced important challenges. They wanted to work, but there were few jobs and few were safe. And his life, for this reason, was very hard. But he had a lot of potential, like many that I met in my work. And this led me to devote my life to fighting poverty and promoting development. And I made the world, I saw the world during my work improving a lot. You know, poverty fell by a lot. I think that was the biggest achievement of our generation. But in recent years, things got worse. And right now, at this moment, 685 million people are in extreme poverty worldwide. This is a large number. It is now projected that by 2030, about 7% of the world population, more than 500 million people, will be in extreme poverty. This is way worse than we were expecting with the global goal of 3%. So the world is facing a challenge. And this challenge, it's okay. And this challenge, it has faces. Because when you look at children worldwide, and I'm an economist, I really rely on statistics, as you saw. But what you see is really that in every 100 child in developing countries, about 60 are deprived of learning, and 10 don't even have a school to attend. More than 50% of children in low and middle income countries finish primary school without being able of fully understanding a simple text. This must change. And throughout my experience in academia, in Católica, and in organizations like the World Bank, I saw many kids like Kadar and really wondered many times, how can we make things different? What are we missing? And that's kind of the reflection that I want you to make with me. And throughout this process of reflection, my conclusion was that there were three key ingredients. One is to observe, the second is to understand, and the third, which is the most important, to follow up. Let me give you some details of what I'm meaning. To observe, without observing closely with data, and because the data is the window through which policymakers and people around the world make decisions on policies, and we cannot travel everywhere. So it's really the window through which many people see the world is essential. Is essential to understand who should be supported, how should these people be supported, and how can we reach them. So data, observation through data is really essential. The second point is understanding. We might observe, but still it can be just a warehouse of data. We need to use this data to understand, to make things better. So the second ingredient to solve problems like poverty is truly to understand the problem we want to solve. And this process of getting this understanding often led me and will lead you to surprises, to question things that we believed. For example, did you know that most of the world poor, they work? And when we know this, we have to then try to understand why some people are stuck in low earning jobs. And there are two views of that. Take the example of Kadar's family. One point of view is that his parents have the same opportunities as all of us. So if they are in low income jobs, is because they sorry. Is because they have traits that make them unsuitable for the other jobs. This is a view. The alternative view, which is the one that I share, is that his parents have different opportunities in life and that they are in low-income jobs because they were born into poverty. And that is, Kadar faces poverty traps. Now, if we have the first or the second view of the world, our decisions in terms of design of poverty programs are very different. Someone who supports the first explanation would probably support redistributive policies and worry less about leveling the playing field. However, if there are poverty traps, then it is key to promote big push policies. What do we mean? Large transfers of assets that really move you into a productive job. Understanding the problem one way or the other led to big changes in the world, away from the conception that we could just simply permanently support consumption through transfers of low amount, to a view that we really need to consider the amount and we really need to consider these assets. People might not be able to start a business because they don't have, say, a cow, for example, or land, or they lack the training. These are assets that we have to form, and forming these assets is really important. The final point is really to follow up. This is a key ingredient, and this means that we need to constantly evaluate what we are doing, but not evaluating in an abstract way or, many years after. We need to understand if what we are doing has the impact that we want. And that is very, very important. And we need to do a second thing. If we see that things are not working, we need to change in time. The statistic is that about 80% of the social programs in the world fail to achieve fully their objective. They still do good things, but they don't achieve in full their objectives. In some cases, it's because the objectives were unrealistic. In others, it's because they just provided cash to families like Kadar's family and they needed other type of support. Sometimes because they didn't last enough or they weren't large enough. But this is a reality, and that's why we need to really, really evaluate and be very technocratic about this and follow up. When we see that something is working, we should embrace. And in my professional life, I saw many institutions around the world doing great jobs. Many have come up with programs in many countries that really make a difference. In your experience, I'm sure that you see many programs around you making a big, big difference in people's life, in people like Kadar's life. You should engage with them. You should study to make these programs better. You should do your steps. They can be small, but big change comes from small steps. And this is something that I learned in my work, and I really want you to reflect on. Because, this leads us to a question that I think we should ask our hearts and then, follow up, which is, what specific steps could you, your family, your own community take to uplift those that are in poverty? How can you contribute to create better opportunities for disadvantaged people? And what talents do you have and know how to use to improve the life of others? So I dare you to apply these 3 principles that I told you: the observation, the understanding, and really the follow-up, to change the life of kids like Kadar, because you can do it. And let's discuss more in the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna. Great. John, over to you.
Thank you. Bom dia. It's actually afternoon, right? what I want to talk about a little bit has to do a little bit with what I talked about in the main area, but it's about motivating ecological transformation and conversion. How are we going to convert the whole world? So as you know, the current global economic system is driven by this desire for comfortable individualistic lifestyles supported by profit-driven business activities that are dependent on constantly growing consumption. That's our system. And it's broken, and it's unsustainable, and it's led our planet to have all kinds of damage from negative impacts. And you know what those are: excessive pollution and loss of biodiversity, depletion of critical natural resources, and the concentration of the control of land, financial resources, and decision-making in the hands of the wealthy at the expense of the marginalized and the common good. More doom and gloom, right? Doesn't it sound overwhelming? How can we really have any positive impact on this global, huge ecological crisis? Well, we know for certain that one thing is that we can't just sit here and talk about it. We have to act and do something. So, you know, the Pope asked for an ecological conversion, and there are all kinds of, how would I say, personal characteristics that happen when you undergo that kind of transformation. You have a sense of gratitude and a gratuitousness that develops. You have a sense of generosity in your life. You have this loving awareness of a universal communion, a connection between people and planet. And you also have this greater creativity and enthusiasm to look for solutions. And also this feeling that somehow personally you're responsible for some of this. So, if we are to make positive changes in our lifestyles, first of all, what would motivate us to do this? I mean, come on, you know your friends, right? You know the difficulty. How do we start? How do we begin this journey? And also, kind of what changes should we make? So why should we change? Well, I think we had from one of our individual speakers today a good start when he talked about this process really starts with this examination of our own lives and perhaps the discovery that something is missing, and taking time to reflect in our relationships with the world and with those placed around us and also with the Creator. It helps us to be mindful of those amazing things, those discovering amazing things that we heard about in our earlier talk today. You know, the plants, the animals, the rivers, the rocks, the microbes. They're each waiting for us to encounter them. And when we do take the time, take a breath in our daily lives, it begins to open up all kinds of possibilities, which I think we've heard a lot about this morning. So I won't go back into that. But this one quote really stuck with me from John Muir. He's an American naturalist that was famous in American history. The sun shines not on us, but in us. The rivers flow not past, but through us. I want to read that again. The sun shines not on us, but in us. The rivers flow not past, but through us. So in this examination, we have to begin to have things stir up inside of us, to begin to make us feel like we're connected and that we see world around us as a gift, which is one of the kind of main themes of Laudato Si. So, how do we start? Changing our behavior is not about this one big change in our life that happens all at once, but making those small changes each day. You know, it's kind of unusual for us to have one of those St. Paul on the road to Damascus, knocked off your horse by God type of experiences in which the voice of God clearly asked you to personally redirect your lives in a radical new path. That just doesn't happen that often. Except these kind of events at World Youth Day are kickstarters, if you will, to that kind of process and helps us view things differently than when we were back home in our own countries, in our own cultures. So, getting back to my basic kind of premise. Well, how do you start and what challenges are you going to face? And I'll just say this. The challenge is amazing. It's like jumping into a river and swimming against the current. And you know what that's like. The river is unforgiving. So this current of the economy you live in is just amazingly strong. It tends to overwhelm you and submerge you and sweep you down along with it in the direction it wants you to go. How do you deal with that? Well, if you deal with it yourself, by yourself, it's difficult. So you have to look for kindred spirits, people among you that can work as a community to help you move along that counter current, the direction. And sometimes they are inspiring you when you're down, and sometimes you inspire them when you're up. So, what do we change? And this is the final point. It's important to remember that ecological conversion really isn't about the big stuff, I think, as you said. It's about saving the world, not saving the world kind of actions. I'm going to go out, I'm going to change the globe. It's really about creating lasting change with these small day-to-day changes in small packages, in small increments. They're almost unnoticeable sometimes. So, with all of that, this is the kind of question we're going to grapple with in our session. What will be the greatest motivator of ecological conversion from a lifestyle of consumption to one of sustainability? And how do we create that for young people? So, what will motivate you to make the change in lifestyle? And how will we create that for you? That's what we'll deal with.
Great, thanks a lot, John. Last but not least, Roberto.
Hi, everybody. First of all, I want to wish ourselves a wow week, just to enforce the willing of make changes and making idea for action. And so my job is I am a recycling manager, a paper recycling manager. And I think the encyclical letter is a powerful guide for the transition, the ecological transition. And I read in the chapter 1 that paper, the chapter 1 talks us about the throwaway culture. And there is an example about the throwaway of paper. And paper is not recycled, but is considered a waste. And we are all, we can change this behavior. And now in Europe, for example, the 60% of the paper is recycled. So some progress have been made in 10 years. And I think we can change and we can promote better behaviors just to reduce the use of resources. One of the challenge to arrive to reach a ecological transition is to preserve material. Non-renewable materials, but also materials like paper coming from the sun and the forest. And so we can make some more effort and usually simple action to change these our behaviors. And so in the first chapter, there is another very important concept, the circular economy. In 2020, the EU started the plan for the circular economy. Circular economy is economy based on ensuring reducing the use of raw materials. And so recycling, separate collection recycling is a way to reach this goal. My question in my proposal is to change behaviors, and I ask you in this afternoon to help us to find the ways to change behaviors and to start or to improve separate collection in your country, in your family, in your communities, for example, at school. And so I wanted to talk with you about this topic. And my organization is named Comieco, is a no-profit organization established by the law in Italy just to promote separate collection and to support separate collection all over Italy. And I ask you to participate a survey. You can use a QR code. You find the QR code in the hall, and so we can all over you. You can give us your opinion, and I hope in the afternoon we can work together just to have your suggestion, your proposal to change behaviors of local authorities, of citizens, of consumer, of retailers, just to arrive to a more responsible consumption. So a post-consumption action to be more responsible consumer. That's my question and my proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberto. So let me remind you of the questions that will be asked. In the afternoon, we will be in room 520A. I'm doing the job of Francisco now, telling you about logistics. So 520A, I know there are at least 50 people registered. We will be around in the room to help you with, at least to start with your thought process. And let me remind you of the question. So Joanna asked, it's all about actions, right? The time for action is now. We are all fed up of words, I guess. What specific steps can you, governed families, do to uplift those in poverty? Question number one. Question from John, what will be the greatest motivator of ecological conversion so that we change from the typical lifestyle of consumption that most of us have to a more sustainable one? And the question from Roberto, which is about what can we do in terms of changing this post-consumption experience and go much more into the circular economy and into the recycling bed. And then we have a final question for you, which goes like this. If you were given the opportunity to write a statement on lifestyle and consumption, and statement meaning a paragraph, not more than a paragraph, to be included in the final manifesto, what would that paragraph be? Lifestyle and consumption. And if it's such a good paragraph, you may even convince the people writing the manifesto to include it in there, okay? So that's the challenge for us, and thank you very much, and hope to see you in the afternoon. Thank you.
Well, while the speakers of the first panel are leaving the stage, I'll ask the speakers and the moderator for the second one to approach the stage. The panel is on lifestyles and education for young people, and the moderator will be Valentina Menengel. And I just need to ask you, moderators and speakers, to be sharp on time because we need to lunch as quick as possible. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Many thanks to the speakers and chairs spoke before this panel, which focused on the second theme, lifestyle and education for young people, family, friendship, and society. We know that humanity is called to become aware of need to convert our life with produce and consume. Education plays a powerful role because education is meant to be transformative. And our human specificity that can save us from extinction is enclosed in this knowing. And this in this framework that start to introduce my speaker. Today, I have really an honor to chair each of these valuable contribution and the no doubt fruitful discussion that will ensure. So, without further ado, I will introduce the first speaker of this session. Just a second to project the slide of our speakers. Yes. Thank you so much. So, the first speaker is a familiar phrase from my academic home, Università Cattolica del Sacro Cuore. She is Alessandra Vischi, is full professor in education. She's a director of master degree in educational planning and human resources development. She's also director of higher education at graduate school in environmental studies. She has published about the work, university, and sustainability in the perspective of an integral ecology. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Valentina. Buon dia a todos. Good morning. Benvenuti ragazzi e ragazze, è davvero un'emozione forte, una gioia.
Welcome. It should be an important emotion to be here with you in Lisbon for the W Youth Day. Allow me to thank people about those who allowed for this Congress to happen. This is supposed to be a day of meeting and dialogue within the spirit. I have a brief reflection that has to do with the integral ecology, young people, and lifestyle. And at the center, we have education. It's an educational challenge. To educate the youth is to listen to their needs, to bring about the talents that we all have, to develop the capabilities, and to follow young people in their path of growth. At the center, we always have the person, the self, so that we don't fall in the anthropocentrism. This means valuing their freedom, their possibilities. To educate means to acquire an integral and integrative look, knowing that everything is interconnected. This approach, connected to the common good, brings us to make responsible options and to choose for solidarity in our lifestyles, using our common home and where taking the planet as a whole house to bring a new humanity. We are here to learn and with each other. We are here to talk about the current situation. We are at a difficult period in a crisis. We know that we are not living just an environmental crisis or economic crisis. It's a crisis that is anthropological and cultural. And here we are with an educational challenge. We are thinking how to provide a specific response to this earth that is requiring is asking for our help, is crying for our help. As Pope Francis said a few years ago, we must remember that creation is a gift that must be shared. It is the space that God provides us to build with us so we can build. When we say young people can live and learn and experiment and witness the integral ecology, they need to do it first within their heart. Because this conversion is an individual and interior conversion. But within their context of life, this first place, it is the family, the social context where they need to be honest with the university, with work, in the parish, with friends, with associations, etc. These are contexts where each and every one of us can learn, where we can witness the goodness of the soul that makes us host the others. We need to look at the others as brother and sister, together the pearls, as Pope Francis used to say. We must have this ability. So, my dear youth, my dear young people, you are the present and the future. You will grow the dreams, and you are called to create the peace every day and to be protagonists in this ecological, to be agents of the ecological conversion, in the transformation of the development model of our societies that should, and I underline they should, be more inclusive, more solidarity and more and fair. These brings us to two fundamental questions. Why are we here? Why does this earth needs us? And some of the testimonies that we will listen to during the afternoon with some videos and interviews to young people, I ask you to reflect and to think on these questions. What future do we want to embrace together? How do you dream about your life in this earth? Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Alessandra, for this deep contribution that this asks us to leave from the Me Too.
Speaker of this panel with the same language of our dialogue. So the speaker is Maria Lain. Maria studied philosophy and literature at the Warwick University. She earned Master on International Cooperation at the Università Pontificia de Camillas and Integral Ecology at Università Católica de Santa Fe. As a climate activist, she has enjoyed the United Nations Action Summit in New York and COP25 in Madrid. Her paper has it hard, the importance of learn of the cultural indigenous culture. Thank you, Maria. Thank you so much.
So, hello everyone. I invite you all to sit up straight in your chair as much as you can, to extend your spine, to relax your shoulders, maybe close your eyes. And you can take a breath through your nose and exhale through your mouth. You can repeat that as inhale through your nose, exhale through your mouth. Okay, so probably most of us here were born or grew up in the global north, and that may have provided us with great opportunities and experiences, but on the other hand, maybe many of us, or at least we know someone who has experienced the other side of the coin, which is loneliness, individualism, stress, anxiety, maybe disconnection from nature, even depression. And I ask myself many times, why is it that more and more young people especially in rich countries, are struggling with mental health issues these days? And my guess is that our current lifestyle simply makes us all sick, because we all need time to breathe deeply, to take a breath, to rest, as we have said. We need time to meet with our loved ones, to connect with nature. But who has time for that? Like, do you guys have time for that? Because sometimes we don't even have time to eat properly. And yeah, in this sense, we know that we have such a huge pressure to make money, to look good, to be active all the time. The fear of missing out. We are all the time with fear of missing out. But this is even at the cost of our inner peace, of our connection with others, with our connection with God, and even our connection or the reality of social justice, even at the cost of the destruction of life in our planet, right? And I wonder, why are we doing this? Why is this happening? Actually, it's happening. We are prioritizing consumption and accumulation before our health, before our planet. So that seems to me very crazy. And well, as everyone has said, our main cosmovision and our culture is based on consumption, production, and accumulation, which is the best friend, is the bestie of advertisement and social media. So Instagram is all over the place. We are all following influencers that are telling all the time that you need new iPhones, new makeup, new clothing. You need all the time to buy things to feel happy. In fact, they try to convince us that we are going to be happy if we buy all this stuff. But that kind of Instagram happiness is, of course, not real, as we know. And in fact, when we have the basic needs covered, such as home, heat, affection, food, water, any external things are not going to give us joy anymore. But like maybe when we realize that our happiness comes from the inner being, from our connection with deepest self and with God, then we will try to shift our priorities. And this is where spirituality comes. Spirituality is countercultural in this sense, because it challenges all that vision of consumption. And not only Christian spirituality, but many other spiritualities. This is why I'm super interested in indigenous peoples' spirituality and their cosmovision. They have very few priorities. They want to take care of the Mother Earth, and not only for them, but for 7 generations after them. They want to take care of community, not individuals, but community, and they want to remember their ancestry, where they come from. And so, yeah, I just wanted to ask you if you realize how Instagram, social media, other people's opinions are affecting your perception and your decisions when buying things, when having a kind of lifestyle, and also if you are aware of indigenous people's cosmovision, and what do you think about their relationship to friendship, to nature, to family, to everything? So that's my contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maria, for this wonderful and thought-provoking contribution. Thank you so much. I'm now giving away to the youngest speaker of our panel, a student committed to taking care of our common home, dear Edna Maria Canales Cheran from Honduras. Edna is the oldest daughter of her family. She is a homeschool student and Laudato Si animator since 2021. The Canales Cheran family has embraced Pope Francis' message in Laudato Si, and they seek everything to lead their community in Honduras, so difficult, to care and advocate this for God's creation. Thank you, Edna.
Thank you, Valentina. Good morning, everyone, and I'm happy to be here and speaking about family, and especially sharing to you a little bit more of my family as well. I believe that the family unit is the most important one since it builds up society. Adopting new habits and making changes in our family can bring about transformations to our personal lives as well. Pope Francis's encyclical Laudato Si inspires my family and me because it emphasizes not only taking care of creation, but also to respect life, family, and the poor. We strive to recognize God as the creator of all things and make changes to our lifestyle for the better. Making changes and acquiring new habits in our family life can seem troublesome or even impossible, but I can tell you it is not. I believe that it is possible to make changes in family life, and that by making small improvements in our lives, that we can generate a significant impact in society. By making concrete actions that will prevail over time, we are doing our part in looking after creation. Maybe it can seem like what we are doing is small and if insignificant, but if it brings your family together, if it brings you to recognize the Lord as creator and to admire his omniscience, I believe that he will rejoice in what you're doing. And to bring this message to our lives, I believe that it is important not to judge each other's. Any family member can be an ideal partner in living an integral conversion. In my family, with my mom and I, we started bringing Laudato Si message to our lives, the two of us. So that my mother was the ideal partner I found at that moment to start living on our integral conversion as a family. And I believe that we should not judge each other because I did it with my mom. So I presume that we should all propose these new changes to our family, and who knows, you can get a positive answer from them and they can get involved in what you're proposing as well. So when my mother and I started getting involved in the activities with the Laudato Si movement, my father and my middle sister joined us in them. It took 2 family members to get another 2 of them to start bringing Pope Francis's message to our life. My parents, my sisters, and I, with our skill and with our own interests and skills, are trying to be good administrators of our common home and grow together in our relationship with God. Even my little sister, who was only 6 years old at that time, she joined us in them and was eagerly participating in everything we participated in. So any age, any family member can be the ideal partner to bring this message and this conversion to our family. So by participating in various apostolates and works of charity, as a family, we have been able to take care of those in need also. We've listened to the cry of the earth and the poor. In our family, we take care of one another, but we also look after those who are not part of our family nucleus as well. To live in integral conversion, we need to live it in our personal life, in our family life, and in all aspects of our life. So if these changes we are proposing, because we cannot make changes by ourselves, and these changes we're proposing, we need somebody, we need a group of people to make them. So if we are proposing these new changes, why can't it be with the group of people we've lived with our entire life? If we need a companion to change the world, why can't it be with the family, with the people we've lived together? So we need to take care, we must take care of our earth, but we cannot neglect as well the attacks the unborn receive, the elderly, the poor, the indigenous, the family, and all the major problems we face today in our world. We need to ask God to guide us through his path and that his will is made in our lives. We need to ask God for his help to give us the grace to live an integral conversion, especially as a family. So today I want to ask you and to reflect a bit if you believe that with your family you can live an integral conversion, and that if your family can be the ideal partner to live this message Pope Francis tells us to live together. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Edna. Thank you also for your emotion. That is a really gift for all of us. Really, believe me. I would like to give heartfelt thanks to this group, living an embodied testimony of conversion. Many thanks to the audience, and thank you in advance to all students who will speak today. You are our future. You are our bright future. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. We move safe and sound for our third panel. So moderators and speakers, please approach the stage. So the third panel is on lifestyles and natural resources. It will be moderated by Tevaldo Vinci Guerra. And I, again, am sorry for being this guy. Ask you to be sharp on time because we are behind schedule. Okay? Okay, speakers and moderator. They didn't listen. Tevaldo? Yes, I guess. Yeah.
Allô, test. C'est le moment du français. Voilà, normalement vous avez le temps de mettre vos écouteurs. Style de vie et ressources naturelles. Eau, énergie, agriculture, que le cri de la terre et le cri des pauvres soient entendus.
Water, agriculture, making it that the scream of the earth and the poor is heard. I'm from Dicaster for the Human Development, and I would like to greet you all. I'm the moderator of this group. Pleasure to see, after such a long time of preparing, and there is quite a bit sadness, and we are missing an African voice. Henri Totin, he has a very interesting history to share and good ideas to share. The plane tickets, and he was arrested by a procedure before taking off. He could not be with us. His name is on the schedule. See what he does online and see his NGO. On behalf of Henri Totin, a huge round of applause. Let's now go into the other members of the team. Let's start with the place where the sun is born, to the east. Let's start with Sarita Fernandes, coming from India. She's a researcher on maritime and coastal areas. She works on protecting the oceans and coastal areas. So we have a representative of India with us. Let me give her the microphone.
Good afternoon. So my name is Sarita Fernandes. I am from India's smallest coastal state called Goa, a former Portuguese colony also. And so boa tarde, good afternoon. And I wanted to ask two main questions. So I thought I'll start with it first. One is last week on Instagram, I got the news that the United Nations General Secretary, Mr. Antonio Guterres, also a Portuguese national, I think, yes, has declared that global warming is now global boiling, right? The heat waves have been unprecedented. And when we look at the data, we've seen that in 2022, global oil in fossil fuels made $209 billion that year. $219 billion. In the same year, the global wage, the global wage progress to see how much people earn per year, for the first time in the 21st century, fell in the negative of 0.9%. So my first question was that how do we believe that we are building a better future with business as usual, right? I mean, we are talking about sustainability and SDGs. I was in Lisbon last year for the UN Ocean Conference, and in a year, I don't think I've seen a lot of change. There has been change, but it's still largely business as usual. And the second question I had was, what do we see? So how do we protect something that we don't see? For example, SDG 14. We all know what SDG 14 is. Anybody can just scream from the crowd. SDG 14? See, yeah, this is what, so y'all proved my point. Nobody knows what SDG 14 is. It's life underwater. Thank you. So SDG 14 is something I work on. I work on the ocean and coastal policy of India and the global south, South Asia specifically. It is the most underfunded SDG from all the 17 SDGs. And the ocean is the only thing keeping our planet habitable. 50% of the oxygen we breathe almost comes from there. And although some of it is absorbed by the ocean again, but it's a very big factor in it. And the second point is, what do we pray for if we don't know? I got into the linkage of spirituality and Laudato Dosi and environmental justice because from a story, in 2018, I was in court and I was praying for the judge to see the data on corals that we were submitting for a petition. And the only thing that was available to me was prayer. I had no other way to control in which direction these things go. And also in cases where cyclones have hit, and I've again been praying that I hope the turtle nesting season doesn't delay because they will, say that, okay, let's do something else. Let's give more beach to the tourism sector. So the second question was, what do we protect if we don't know what we see? And what are we seeing currently? The heat waves in India happened 2.5 months before the heat waves happened in Europe. And nobody asked the global south, what did you all do to help us prepare before we go through the same heat waves, right? The marine wildlife situation right now is such that it's like a seafood soup almost in the making because of the sea surface temperature rise. And there are so many things happening across the world with climate refugees and climate victims that we don't even know where these people are placed. So I come back to the same question. And the last one, given the situation of conflicts we are in constantly, given the country I belong to and the hatred for our neighbors we have across our borders, can we solve the climate crisis, or can we even adapt to the climate crisis with closed borders and conflicts like war in the age of Anthropocene? So I will leave you all with these questions and just a small poem, which I thought was from St. Francis, but then it's actually from Cecile Alexander. But St. Francis, since he's our favorite saint, he's in Goa. His body's still in Goa with us. So the poem is just to remind us what we see. All things bright and beautiful. If you all know it, you all can say it with me. All creatures, great and small. All things wise and wonderful. The good Lord made them all. He gave us eyes to see them and lips that we might tell how great is God Almighty who has made all things well. Thank you. See you in the afternoon.
Merci beaucoup, Sarita. Nous continuons notre voyage d'Est.
Thank you, Sarita. We will continue. And now, Raphaël Cuvelier, Director of Program of the Foundation Prince Albert II of Monaco. He's here with us, dedicated to the issue of climate and the ocean. Thank you. Good morning. I'm an agricultural technician working on oceans. I'm a biologist. So let me just say something on behalf of the foundation. The foundation is a partner of this event. The Prince is deeply involved in the environmental issues. Let me thank the organizing committee and to tell you how happy we are for participating at this event. I've worked for 15 years and currently I'm a member of the scientific committee to negotiate on oceans. I have two things to say. A very personal message to convey something that is quite dear to me and questions to ask you. This is the next message. See this glass? Imagine this glass full with seawater. And I have a question. And the question is, in a glass of water from the sea, how many microorganisms do we have? 1,000? More? 1,000,000? Well, in a water glass of seawater, there are many thousands of microorganisms that within have plankton, viruses, bacteria, all of that. That is the reality of the life of the sea. Why am I saying this? Two reasons. The next time you go to the beach, you go to the water, what will you swallow? Thousands of microorganisms. And that means that when we say that man is part of nature, is part of the ecosystem, from the point of view of the biologist, we are fully intertwined, impregnated by this biology, these microorganisms. We are connected because our physical being is part of this ecosystem. And it's not just theoretical, the issue that we are part of nature. It is physically, biologically, the connection that we have with life. We are much more connected from a biological standpoint than we would like to imagine. Second is that these microorganisms in the ocean, this is what allows life on Earth. These microorganisms allow us to breathe oxygen, that carbon is sequestered at the ocean, so the basis of life, it is these microorganisms. If we talk about the future, biology is fundamental. So we need to continue to preserve biology, the living, and it's not just big species, giraffes, insects, birds, and I do love birds. I've spent a lot of time working with them, but it is the subject on the life of the planet. It is pivotal. Technology is important, it will help to solve some issues, but what makes the life of the planet is biology. This was my message. I really enjoyed what Pablo said about the beauty. We can see how beautiful this is. I had a teacher that would describe the ecosystems, and he would start by saying, "Isn't this beautiful?" So the biological mechanisms, ecosystems is fabulous. It's amazing. And this is my message. This is what make us live and keeping the planet living. This was the first message. The second one is a question, which is to make sure that we hear the scream of the earth. It is quite strong, quite powerful, and is even stronger if you see the actuality of the climate, some worsening. There are productions, there are negotiations between policies and scientists, and the conclusions are lacking in terms of reality, and there are severe situations, even more than we're told. Just an example. The Arctic is melting for 10 years, There is no ice, and we're being told it won't burn in 2030, in 5 years. So things are accelerating, and this is quite severe. And they ask me, how do you stay positive? Well, I heard a question. I have the pessimism of diagnosis, but I do have the optimism of will, you know, because I've been working with the environment for a while, so I'm subject to this issue, to these questions, these excitations. Children who are your age, and they ask questions themselves, so this is a subject on which we need to think about together. My question is, what can I do following the will, the optimism? What can I do and what do I want to do? What can I do with my age, with my skills on talents, my network, my situation? What can we do? We need to ask this specific question. And the answer changes with age. 10 years ago, I was dealing with birds. And now I'm working on oceans. It's not the same thing. And the second thing is, what do I want to do? And it's even more the issue of motivation. What motivates us? Each person has its own motivation. It might be spiritual, religious, or other. A feeling of justice, which is quite strong. These are the two questions that I have to ask. What can we do? It's not an individual issue, it's collective, and we need to work on it collectively. I'm sorry for taking so long. Thank you, Raphael. Let's continue our journey. Let's go across the ocean. Eduardo Agostas Carel is an Argentinian president scientist and an expert on issues that have to do with the atmosphere, the climate, oceans. Teaches at the University of La Plata. He's one of the advisors of the Laudato Si movement. I'll speak in Spanish. Maybe to bring something more to the climate change, which is my area of research, and also the relationship as a social doctrine of anything, as Pope Francis has incorporated this morning. You've heard Cardinal Ciani talking about the issue of climate change, fossil fuels, the issues of GHGs. This is the main point of the planetary crisis. We are aware that climate affects the rest of the biodiversity, up to the organization of life itself. All people know, all people are aware that it's not just global warming, it is actually global boiling. We are 1.5 degrees of warming, the highest that we have seen. This is unprecedented. We are going to the limits established by the Paris Agreement, and we will also see the information of the last IPCC, the experts panel, that has diagnosed that we are responsible for climate change. We have the urgent task of eliminating fossil fuels, because this is a problem of the climate change, and it never came into the agenda of countries in the climate summits, it has been incorporated the issue of fuel, fossil fuel, of Glasgow at COP27 also, but that's it. In terms of the climate conference in Bonn, there was a set of countries that have pressured in order to bring it into the agenda. As citizens of this world, we must make an effort. So the goal is to think about what we can do. On the one hand, because the church takes on this diagnosis and to know this vision that gives us science on the state of the planet, Laudato Si number 23, with a scientific consensus in terms of climate change from an anthropogenic origin, and the issue is worsened because at the core there is an energy based on fossil fuels. Are you aware of who was the first priest speaking about the connection of the greenhouse effect and fossil fuel? It was John Paul II in 1990. And a message we will see, we can go through that text if you want. One last report from the IPCC on the summary report presenting on March 20. The message is clear. Brothers, we need to eliminate fossil fuels. This means that if you want to prevent catastrophic warming for ecosystems and the sustainability of life, in 2030, we should reduce emissions in 45%, and in 2050, more than 80% in terms of 2019-2020. So far, we haven't done anything. We are going towards this boiling pan of our planet. Those who read or saw the message by Pope Francis, September 1st, the care of creation, they read it in all languages. The Vatican publishes in all languages. But in that same message, it said that leaders of COP28 in Dubai in December this year must follow science with a quick transition, egalitarian, in order to put an end to the era of fossil fuel. According to commitments taken on the Paris Agreement to prevent global warming, it is absurd to allow to continue the exploitation of fossil fuels. Here's the question. How can we answer this call from the Pope so that the governments bring about the issue of the energy transition for renewables? That's why we share this question on what we can do individually, because each of us can do something and we can support certain initiatives that are being organized in the Laudato Si platform and the Dicastery, and anything that is approved, we need to include it as something of its own, as our own decisions that are connected with the 6 or 7 proposals that Cardinal Chani brought forward in the beginning. And many of those things might be done by ourselves, and we need to mitigate our energy footprint in this planet. Thank you. We're hereby finished in Panama with Shirley Binder. She studied the ocean legacy for the proper working of maritime areas that are protected within the program Più Bertarelli Ocean Legacy.
Himself as a political person, who thinks himself as a political person. less than half of the room, we are all politicals. We are all politicians. If we don't see the politics as a core issue in our life, we're not going to be able to sustain this planet. Because sadly, these are the people or the politicians that we are all here, the ones that take the decisions in what our way of life is going. So we thought about, I'm a marine biologist, but I have worked in marine policy my entire life. And we thought that the oceans had infinite amount of resources. We used it as our garbage, we used it as our sewage system, but at the end, as Sarita said, is what is keeping us alive. It is the climate regulator, it is the largest carbon sink, so it is what is keeping us right now alive. And we are continuing every single day to destroy it. And now we're actually thinking of more activities which are harmful for the ocean, like deep sea mining. So we are talking that the oceans are getting destroyed, but we're looking for other activities to destroy them even more. So we need to think what's happening in the global agenda, in the global policy agenda, and what's happening on the field. So I have worked a lot in marine protected areas, and as it was already said, we need at least 30% of the ocean protected. And some percentage of that 30% should be highly and fully protected, which it means that you cannot fish, you cannot do activities, even tourism activities sometimes should be prohibited in these areas because they are our savings account. If we don't take care of at least 30% of the ocean, we're not gonna deplete completely the fisheries. That's one. That creates a problem about food security around the world that no agriculture or aquaculture or high seas fishing will prohibit, but we are depleting our coasts. So we need that marine protected areas as our saving accounts. And this is what I have done my entire life. So I just got out from the government of Panama, and I'm going to speak more about this later on today. But we, as a small nation, as a small country of 4.1 or 4.2 million people, we achieved the 54% of our oceans with some type of conservation. It's not entirely highly and fully, but it has some type of conservation or management, or activities are harmful activities are prohibited. So this is when we talk about acting local, and then the results will be global. After we created this, countries around, like the region, like Colombia, Ecuador, Costa Rica, which is called the Asian Tropical Pacific Corridor, they also expanded their marine protected areas. So it became like something like let's fight for who has more, which is a great fight, instead of the other fights that we have around the world. So we did that. We did that in two approaches that I'm gonna talk about later. One, it's bottom up approach from fishermen to government, and the other one is from government to fishermen. But we historically are missing implementation, not only in marine protected areas, in fisheries, in the Paris Agreement, in international policy. We are missing that implementation, and that implementation comes in hand, especially regarding the oceans, by working with the communities, with coastal communities and coastal fishermen, or artisanal fishermen, as we call them, because they are the ones that depend directly from the ocean, that their livelihoods depend directly from the oceans. And if we don't work with them, we are all going to be affected by the depletion of the ocean. But these people that are the ones that live and breathe oceans are going to be the ones that are mostly affected. So we need to work with them in the implementation of these policies, in the implementation of better fisheries, in eliminating harmful subsidies. In SDG 14, harmful subsidies is countries that pay money to fishing industries that go to the high seas, which is the high seas, it's of all of us, not only of the biggest countries, that go to high seas and bring supposedly food in land that it's mostly used for dog food and pet food and other types. And they say that high seas fisheries, it's for food security. But Science says the opposite, economics says the opposite, and sometimes more money is put in the subsidies than what they bring economically to land. So I'm going to talk about how taking care of these issues in the industry, in global issues at a national level can then affect at an international level at time of implementation. But we need more implementation. So as you've seen, I consider myself still a youth. I'm 31, so I'm still youth. I think it's until 35. So as youth, and that's why I started asking who is a politician. We all should be a politician, not need to be involved in politics, but be a politician and work towards better decision making. So how as youth we can be involved in ocean politics for the benefit of our coastal communities. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup et à tout à l'heure.
Thank you. And with this said, politics will be the theme and the subject of the next panel. I ask the people joining us, so speakers and moderators of the first panel, to join us. It will be moderated by Antonio Garrido. And please, and again, I ask you to be short and sharp. Thank you very much.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Ya finalmente me toca a mí hablar después de salir tantas veces
Good afternoon, everyone. It is now up to me. I would like to welcome the people who want to be here to talk about lifestyle and and politics. As a politologist, I'm very proud to be in charge of this panel. I would like to say that to provide you different decisions, but PO11 is the biggest exercise of the Christian church. We will have a group who is going to talk about that. We will start with Pierluigi Sassi, the president of the NGO, the founder of the One People, One Planet group, is the qualified investor by the Italian government from the Italian digital transition, and he's the lead of a group on the impact of the people on the environment of the economy for humans. Thank you. It's difficult to talk about things so important in such a short time, but I believe that this issue of time we're all living in, we are in a time of great change, especially very fast change. We don't have the time to dedicate ourselves to the important things, so that like nature, etc. This makes us lose the sight from some fundamental aspects. We don't know very well where we are going so fast, and we not even know where we stand. And this is very serious, because this way we will create injustice at the planet level. We are now compromising the future of young people that was done in such a positive way as it was ours. We don't respect the right to have a planet, a beautiful planet. The right of young people was the biggest mistake that politicians to forget about the future was the biggest issue of politicians nowadays. In Rio, we were talking about climate change. We did thousands of conferences, and despite that, after 20 years, the CO2 emissions have doubled. We have 200 conflicts on water. We have 7 million people that die every year, more than with COVID. They die due to the contamination of the air. 115 people that die every day due to climate disasters. This is an absurd drama. The young people today are afraid. A few days in a festival in Italy, where I was talking to a girl who was crying because she didn't have the future. And I saw she made the minister, an Italian minister, to cry. Young people can be the protagonists due to a fundamental reason. In these last 30 years, the governments haven't done enough, and they start talking about when they are going to do things. They have been talking for a long time. There was the head of the policy. They have abandoning carbon in 2070 when you are 70 years old. So young people have realized that you cannot do that. They have to grab the bull by the horns, but they they need to find a shorter path to solve the problem. Pope Francis, when talking about the first World Youth Day, he was talking about the visions that young people have and what we need to have, all of us. This is one of the most beautiful occasions to do this. Italy is doing its part. You know that Italy in 2021 in COP26 invented the Youth for Climate. The young people should go into the negotiations for the climate. The government made this commitment permanent and by the end of the October we will have in Rome this Youth for Climate. Before that, we will gather young people to stimulate them on this commitment, and the objective is on how can you influence more and better the United Nations. Like in the mystery of young people, we can consider this as the first of a series of meetings for the year of the Jubilee, because with this hope we might have the chance to have a great moment at the Jubilee. Thank you very much.
He's born and raised in Philippines. He's the current executive director of World Youth Alliance, a global youth movement with over 1 million of members in 200 countries and territories that aims to defend the dignity of the human person and build solidarity among the youth. Prior of this, he was the World Youth Alliance global president for 7 years. So welcome, Lord.
Good afternoon, everyone. May ayad gid nga hapon kaninyo nga tanan in Kinaraya, my local dialect in the Philippines. Thank you to the St. John Paul II Foundation for the Youth for organizing this event and other distinguished partners. I am the executive director of the World Youth Alliance. We are a global youth movement that's focused on promoting the dignity of the person in policy and culture. We have about 1 million members in over 200 countries and territories. And today I invite you, one simple way on how you can help us as the only pro-life youth voice at the UN is by signing the charter. You received it in the registration and you can give it to them later. And you can also give it to some of my team wearing the Y shirt. I've been involved with the World Youth Alliance for about 12 years now of my life. And working with young people, I really believe in our power to contribute. When I work with our members, I feel so inspired that really this is possible. I've had the gift of traveling around the world in over 60 countries for the past 7 years. And I would like to share with you some of the work that we're doing. At the World Youth Alliance, we believe in investing in human capital, which means using our resources to ensure human flourishing. The human person is our greatest resource, and investing in young people will pay dividends in what we contribute to our shared goals and authentic development. One of the ways on how we do this in WAYA is through our Human Dignity Curriculum, or HDC, which teaches children that they have inherent worth and value, and that they can be excellent. And this gives them the confidence to share their gifts with the world. We educate young people as young as kindergarten, because we believe that you can never be too young to make a difference, and you can never be too young to be a steward of the earth. You have to start while you're young, right? And the HDC also helps students to learn how to live according to their dignity and to be stewards of the earth and other resources around us. One of our students, a third grader, shared that I'm beginning to understand that it is through my character that I reveal myself. If I'm a good person, it also inspires others to be good. We believe in the World Youth Alliance that every young person, no matter how old, can be part of the change. Let me share with you a quick story. One day, our team in the Philippines was visiting a high school in Manila, and they were giving a talk on leadership and human dignity. And population came up as one of the issues. During the open forum, one of the students said that the Philippines is like a tub. You fill it up with so much dirty water, and that's what's happening with the Philippines, which is overflowing with dirty water. Sadly, this analogy of the 13-year-old student is that the Filipino population are dirty water, and we should get rid of the dirty water, especially the poor people. I'm sharing this because in our world today, it's easy to see the human person as a burden. It's very easy to see the human person as the problem. But at the World Youth Alliance, we believe that the human person has intrinsic dignity from conception. And speaking as a Filipino youth leader, I've seen how the Filipino youth can contribute to environmental stewardship. Some of them are my friends, some of them are my relatives. This includes our young fishermen who pursue sustainable fishing, our young farmers who create innovations in crop cultivation, and our young entrepreneurs who create new solutions to manage waste. Truly, the human person is the world's most valuable resource. The potential of the human person for creativity and innovation is infinite. Hence, governments around the world should invest in the human person's development and flourishing. I would like to end with questions for our working group this afternoon. First, what are the problems with not acknowledging the person as the Earth's greatest resource? And second, how can young people promote person-centered policies for the care of creation? Finally, I'd like to end with a challenge, especially to young people who are here today. Young people are oftentimes seen as a partner. And today in our world, there are many challenges, political challenges, social challenges, environmental challenges. And these challenges in our times are your opportunities to become heroes. We don't live in a perfect world, but it's not an excuse for us to strive. When I go around the world, when I work with our members, I always tell them, you don't need to be a rich businessman. You don't need to be a famous social media influencer with 10 million followers. You don't need to be an influential businessman to make a difference. And through the little acts that you do, each of us can one day see a better world with greater hope and greater optimism. Thank you very much. Obrigado.
Thank you so much, Lord. Ahora tengo el placer de presentar a Carmen Fernández de la Cigoña, casada y con dos hijos.
Now it is a pleasure to present Carmen Fernandez de la Cigoña from the University of São Paulo in Madrid. She's the General Secretary of the Catholic Association since last year. She has been working as a professor in the University of São Paulo, where she has had management, she has been doing management work, and she is the manager of the association in Spain. Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone. I'm not going to go in for a long time because we have short time, but being here at the end of all these interventions, this gives us an opportunity to listen to the very interesting participation made by the previous speakers. And in terms of the creation, we are all convinced that we need to care the person. Only taking care of the persona's dignity, we can take care of the common home that we all have. And this common home is something that was given for the people. So this is not easy, not only at the social level, economical level, not only because we have multiple crises, as it was said before, it's an anthropological crisis. We need to give value to the greatness of the person and what serves the person. So the family institution is a fundamental role for the social and personal relations in a context which is, of course, difficult, very conflictuous in terms of the politics, and these politics affect us all very directly. And the life of a person, um, there are no stanked compartments, and that would be bad because we are not only young people that are side of the family, we are not only workers, we are not only parents or children that when we are in the moments in our family, we don't leave our faith in certain moments. So family was recognized since the beginning as something that is fundamental. First, how can we develop these bonds? The different popes have been referring not only to a domestic church, but also as the cradle of humanity and citizenship. Family is inherits the faith and the culture of each and every person that is part of that family. Family is the place for care, is the place for love. It is these are the fundamental aspects for each person's life. And at the time where we have the countries that are mostly developed in terms of technology that present contrary arguments where you are emphasizing individualism, people looking at oneself, but no, we need to raise our voices and say that there is an alternative. And in our culture, in our faith, we have a different way of looking at the persons, and this alternative is valid. Of course, that sometimes this makes one's life difficult in a social or personal level. It creates some conflict. And if we are convinced that the family is the biggest adventure that we can have, each and every one of us, we need to provide, to give value to the goodness and the beauty to this reality, the reality of the family. And if it is so, if we don't live only for ourselves, but for ourselves and the others, what are we of willing to do to change things, to show that beauty that allows us to see how things are serving the community that we are serving and to love those who are from the. And if we are available to dream and to create that better society that searches for care for this common home that we all inhabit. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we now give the floor to the next panel.
And the moderator is Marco Russo.
Buongiorno a tutti, presenterò brevemente il panel sulla tecnologia, poi nel pomeriggio avremo modo di conoscere più nel dettaglio i nostri relatori che insomma si sono messi a disposizione per darci una mano. Parleranno di tecnologia e la declineranno dal punto di vista dell'inclusività, tecnologia quindi come opportunità, ciascuno dal proprio punto di vista e ci aiuteranno appunto a sviscerare questo binomio, molto, molto interessante. Quindi comincerei col presentarveli, darei la parola per primo a
Let me start by giving the floor to a young entrepreneur, Armin Zadakvar, recognized in Europe and in North America, and also business coach chosen by the European Union on the marketing department. And he was in the universities of Switzerland and the United States. Thank you. Good afternoon.
First of all, I think I'm the only one who's in this room that is not Christian, which is an honor for me to be even invited to the second one. Okay, it's an honor to be here. And even though I might not agree with every of some of the statistics or opinions that was there, I believe everything it comes from the very good intention, and I really appreciate that listening to everything that was there. My background, as Marco earlier was mentioning, was mostly in terms of like communication and technology, and considering that here is like the whole conference is about the youth and the younger generation. What I would like to talk to you guys about, and in the afternoon, the workshop that we might do together, would be on the concept of what is called the Web3. The whole concept, you may heard about the blockchain technology, the NFTs, the metaverse, or all of you in your bags also you have a cardboard that turns your phone to a VR goggle, virtual reality goggle. But in all these, when you hear the term Web3, what does that mean? Because let's take a step back and let's try with the whole concept and the definition of it. Because if there is a Web3, that means there was a Web 1 and a Web 2. So let's start from that Web 1. The Web 1 is more or less around 1989, when the internet was commercially first available to the public, to more or less around 2005. This was the first version of the internet, as we call it, also the read-only version of the internet. There were certain websites, certain companies, certain organizations that would put some information on certain websites, and you would only be able to go there and consume those contents. Just read it, watch the videos, or look at the images that was there. And then more or less around 2005 till even right now, and with the boom of the social media and the content creation that happened by the users, we moved from the read-only to read and write. You were not only able to consume, but also contribute to what was happening in the internet. But then a lot of things happened in the last few years. Some being the problem with the data security, for example. Some of the biggest issues that happened in the last few years, you heard about it, like this social media, that company, they have a central database and someone hacked it and it leaked over there. Or like some subjective censorship that happened in various social media channels. Technologies were always looking for a better version of the internet, that is what we call it, the Web3. That for the first time, we moved from read and write to read, write, and own. So now all of us users, which in the past or even right now, majority of you don't have any ownership on your data, you're now able to own that data. And that data, the more and more our life, I'm old enough to remember that we used to go online. Now we go offline. And now that we spend most of our time online and our money becomes more and more digital, our identity is becoming digital. These are like some topics that overall you hear about it. And it's very important to understand this new version of the internet and then these new technologies, how they can impact your life, and also the regulations that they come with it, how they can impact your life. Better to understand this, the good, the bad, and the ugly of these technologies and potential regulations that can come with them. I would spend the afternoon answer any questions that you guys have, but my question would be a bit of a very simple but very difficult to answer, which is knowing everything that you know right now, and also the technologies that we have accessible to us right now. If you would have built your society today, how would that society would look like? Because the society that we have today, it's not something that is being built today. It's been something that was in the past. Every time with the new stuff, we started adding a layer of whatever new we learned to what it was there. There is a lot of backlog. There is a lot of bureaucracy. There is a lot of overhead that a lot of the future progress that we might have, because of these backlogs and overheads, it stops us to move fast and go where we want to go. So this is the question that I urge all of you to ask. What would your society look like if you would have built it today? Thank you.
Grazie ad Armin. Passerei la parola a Angela Gargani.
Thank you, Angela Gargani. Angela Gargani, she is the head of the team group on the member of the society of the group. Angela, you have the floor. Good morning, all. Let me just add the presentation that I've been working with this group for more than 20 years, so I have an historical memory of what we are doing and what we did, and we do have the intention of continuing to do so on putting together this jornada, saying that I've been working for more than 20 years, 28 years actually, in this group. After my degree, the goal, especially the goal for the last few years, was to guide the digital transformation of the country of Italy into this important company working on the fabric of companies, thus guiding not just companies, but all of the civil society in this digital transformation. It's a huge step that has been designed in the last few years, and naturally the happenings non-predictable, just as COVID, but also the war on Ukraine led them to act upon this digital transformation. Not a lot of time, within 1 week, 10 days after COVID, our data via mobile and fixed network have doubled in fixed and tripled in mobile. It seems that everyone started using digital, especially us during those months. Special attention in youngsters and their training via the study from a distance, e-learning, and to give our students relationships with their peers, but also with the faculty in such a delicate moment of growth. As I was saying, to the civil society, supported by us, and not just the team group, but all companies. Talking about the Italian territory, it was a problem. We did it via smart working, and also the help within a medical scope, where we bring it closer to patients by telemedicine, on the online reading, especially thanks to algorithms of artificial intelligence, has decreased what was the gap between different social age groups. All of them can take care of having therapies, but also diagnosis in real time, algorithms of artificial intelligence, and all clinical data leading to a feedback that is non-immediate, especially in terms of operation by robotics, and also IoT. We can also have distance operations. This will be done in the next years. problem of latency on terms of the usage of the internet in a more advanced manner. Furthermore, we are paying a lot of attention to the sustainability connected to technology because it helps to mitigate agriculture, irrigation of fields via AI algorithms, forecast for weather, and also storage of data. We are trying to help and to support these concepts that will lead to the 2030 agenda. Furthermore, we are working within the scope of the smart cities, sustainable smart cities. Our planet is inhabited The cities take on 2% of the world space, but 70% of it is a demand from governing the cities in a smart manner. Technology also via the management of waste. There is a set of emissions that will act negatively on our planet. Let me finish by saying what we're taking in terms of social responsibility. In the TIMA group created the foundation called TIMA Foundation with the adjustment of the more fragile in terms of projects that we have now. But let me remind you the last project that it's called Call for Ideas. This Call for Ideas is addressed at all philanthropic institutions of the academic world. 700,000 euros to collect ideas that might give help to technological support to people who are. The Call for Ideas is still open. We are waiting for the feedback from all the people that I cited. Also, we follow up projects that have helped people with special needs via technological platforms, and also the support of food plans. And I would finish with a question for this afternoon. And that we send to all our institutions and philanthropic institutes. Let me read the question. How can companies promote social inclusion using social technology? Thank you for your attention. Let's give the floor to Veronica Donatello, from the Dicastery for Communication of the Holy See, head of Vatican for All. So, Sister Veronica, you have the floor.
Buongiorno a tutti, ho salutato, grazie che qualcuno ha fatto così, le persone sorde e che usano la lingua dei segni che stanno seguendo.
Good morning.
Ecco, ringrazio la Fondazione Tutti perché per la prima volta questa conferenza desidera essere un primo segno dove nessuno sia escluso, quindi anche le persone con disabilità che sono in altri luoghi, i visori sono stati inviati anche a delle persone con disabilità che vivono in America,
People with disability living in America and Latin America, which is impossible to participate.
anche perché ecco, non è stato possibile. E quindi un grandissimo grazie.
So thank you.
Punto di vista, ecco, è reale che ecco, l'attenzione della Chiesa ecco, per quanto riguarda il comandamento del Maestro di andare in tutto il mondo e di
Going out throughout the world.
creatura ha delle radici lontane, più di 2000 anni fa. Ecco, il mio punto di vista è di come la tecnologia oggi, ecco, e qui intendo intelligenza artificiale, metaverso, realtà aumentata e altro, ecco, possa offrire delle possibilità a delle persone con disabilità, non solo di esistere, ma anche di partecipare, appartenere e di poter essere dei costruttori per la casa comune. E le persone con disabilità sono all'incirca il 15% di ogni nazione. Ci sono sia le disabilità congenite chi nasce, sia quelle acquisite. Ecco, da un lato la disabilità potremmo dire può essere un grandissimo segno perché annulla le varie diversità ecco, che ci possono essere. Dall'altro ecco, può permettere alle persone con disabilità di vedere, partecipare, esistere, potremmo dire, toccare, essere in relazione, in un certo senso, ecco, essere alla pari con gli altri, ecco, poter viaggiare e questo è un grandissimo dono, ecco, abbiamo già visto il grandissimo aiuto che offrono nell'ambito della riabilitazione, dell'apprendimento, ecco, veramente un grande aiuto. E però dall'altro lato anche per le persone con disabilità, ecco, come Bauman dice, l'inganno è di rifugiarsi in una vita virtuale oppure potremmo dire ibrida in nome di una libertà. Ma saranno veramente liberi o a servizio dei vari poteri? Ecco, sarà una possibilità per tutti? Immergersi nel del digital age, ecco, dove la domanda di Amleto, to be or non to be, potrebbe essere, come ho messo qui, to beat or non to beat, è interessante, ecco, ecco, può essere una grande possibilità per loro, ecco, come dice Paolo Benanti, è l'esistenza...
It might be a possibility, the existence of the spot. There are many identities as their accounts. As a church, this might be a huge challenge. Words as salvation or to save, as sky, cloud has for youngsters today, a technological meaning, non-theological. The risks that we inhabit in this common house, it escapes us this challenge. So we might say what the prophet said, you are the man. Which man? Which man? Will we be able to go to the dialogue? Will it be human to be a world without barriers? So the risk of those with some kind of disability in this common house will just be served, or they might also serve to consider this common house. They will go into the processes of citizenship others might define for us. This is justice. It's the gesture of charity. It's a huge challenge. Second point, it came to inhabit between us. Focusing on God shows the creation. The church cannot handle with men and where we stand today. This is clear. Man has created technology at his image to live on the challenge that technology brings, the need to see it not just as a tool, But as a theological spirit, the risk is a technological man and not a humanized technique. We are thought to talk about it so that they can illuminate and giving room to some space of these challenges because the man is there. So it's thinking theologically on technology, also to be able to deepen the mystery of God that takes care of it, that becomes closer in terms of the development that has never heard about borders and the need for clarity. We said it also in legislative terms, in terms of anthropology, of ethics, of contributions, interdisciplinary, questioning also theology. We need to provide attention, paying attention to new forms of exclusion or new digital gaps that extend the distance between a digital elite and, we might say, the abandonment, those who are set aside, done by socioeconomic criteria. And it is immersive in terms of the possibility of working in terms of a nice coffee, the taste of pizza. These are the challenges that we must give an opportunity to church. This experience of the church in changing of seasons, it might make a difference by following the history. Let me finish by saying that technology is a huge possibility, and I say this those who are children of physical issues, people, and it is a huge challenge. We are asked to put the creativity of the Good Samaritan, getting involved, taking care of, monitoring, following up, delivering the network, as Pope Francis tells us, either all or no one. Are we all in agreement? Thank you. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Sister Veronica. Let me give the floor to Fabio Bolzetta. Published The Church in the Digital with a preface by Pope Francis. Fabio, you have the floor. Fabio Bolzetta.
I have a good news. I'm the last speaker for today morning, okay? Your lunch is safe, okay. Buongiorno a tutti. Sento che è un compito molto difficile perché sono l'unico vostro ostacolo al pranzo, quindi 3 minuti e il vostro pranzo.
I'm sorry, I'm the last obstacle between lunch and 3 minutes, and we'll be ready to have lunch. This is the Jubilee of the year 2000 that I was part of as a volunteer. I remember those years, and since then we had the opportunity to participate in all J&Js in Europe, and also in Sydney and Rio. I'm very excited because being here in Lisbon, in Portugal, as a speaker, lets me know that I'm not a youngster anymore. You are the youth, you are the youngsters, hence the responsibility and the excitement of promoting reflections and initiatives to promote the common house. We are living at the sixth continent, the continent of the digital, at an environment riddled with opportunities that brings things closer to, that puts in connection the life of people. Many inhabitants of the people, but more than half have at least one a social role to it. Fake news, also online polarization, and in the web, Christians do have a commitment with the promotion of an integral ecology. We need to change the way that we navigate on the digital continent, TV, for example, newspapers. It didn't make it disappear, but it has transformed and renewed the traditional mass media. Many are the changes with the tools that are present, thinking about algorithms, chatbox, metaverse. This meeting is being conveyed on metaverse, actually, and it will then be available, new contents. So I ask myself and I ask you, in face of these changes, were you involved in it? Were you called to participate, not as users? This feeling of the Catholic webmasters, WECA, with the reality on the Catholic Church on the web since 2003, we are deeply committed in training. This means, first of all, to pay attention, accountability. Fratelli Tutti from Pope Francis reminds us that we cannot be impatient in our search online. Responsibility of governance, but also on the issue of users, the way we spend our time, the way that we live in the digital, looking for information, the usage of infinite services present on social media, an area to communicate and also for entertainment. How do we behave online in face of debates where we turn our backs, turning into a positive view, feeding some of the loneliness, where we can foster the sense of community in a to be a network within a network, without forgetting that in the digital continent, in the synodal mode, they are those who are invisible, the outcasts, if you will, technologies that have been overcome. They will always be excluded, the access to services and to the network. And I hereby finish going to the subject today in the title of this Congress, the commitment of man for an integral technology for a new humanity. On how can we commit to live as Christians on the digital continent? A proposal for reflection in terms of technology 5G, but if via it's the who, where, when, what, and what for, to live as Christians in the digital continent or the digital mainland. As Pope Francis wrote in the preface, The Church and the Digital, the virtual can never replace the beauty of meetings in person, but it must be inhabited by Christians. Thank you all. Have a nice lunch.
Okay, I have very good news, guys. Just before saying what you want to hear, we need to be together at 2:30, and please this time be sharp. at 2:30 in the Faculty of Economics. When we leave this building, it's at our right. So we meet there for the working sessions of the afternoon. 2:30. What time do we need to be there? What time do we need to be there? Yes. Sorry? Okay. And the natural resources will be here. The natural resources working session will be here. So the lunch is outside. When you leave, you can see it. And I think that's all. 2:30 in the Faculty of Economics. The natural resources here. Thank you very much.
forward it to the ID. Whoever's laptop will have a mail ID, right?
You want to write down the link so that
I can
they
just
see?
forward it, yes. I can just forward the link so you can share it on this. To whose email ID? Yes, yeah, it's here. The presentation is already open. There, that tab. The one that was. Yeah.
The other presentations
This is
are
first.
here. Shirley,
Shirley is open.
Milano, Bonzetta, speakers.
Yes,
Siva,
it must be open here.
Eduardo,
Vediamo
Agosta.
se c'è l'ultimo.
Just
No,
check if it's
Mestre.
opened already. Yeah, there are tabs.
Oh my goodness, it's not here.
Do you have it on email?
I send it to him.
Because I'm logging out. Before I log out, if you can forward it on my email, I'll download it.
What's your email?
Sarita F. Yeah, I just did the same thing.
are the main topics, but more broadly, let's say it's about natural resources. Then I would suggest to start by a few questions. First question would be, do you think we should raise a little bit the temperature of the room? So, okay, so there is, please, if we can, si podríamos subir un poco la temperatura, if we can increase a little bit the temperature of the room. Second question would be, do you live now, or have you lived at least 2 years of your life in a place in which access to drinking water was a problem, a challenge? If it is yes, please stand up. Okay, so please down. Sit, come, join us if you want, but stay in the first square, please. Second question, would you say that right now, forest, wood, green areas where you live or around you are endangered, are threatened by corruption, or somehow they are not well protected enough from people that want maybe to trash or to build illegally, whatever? If the answer is yes, stand up. Oh. Okay, down. Now, I know that the concept extractive can be challenging or a little bit vague, so I will go more directly into mining oil and
Recording
gas.
in progress.
So, and maybe big quarries of sand or stone. So this is what I call, and? Okay, so a mineral, so mining, quarries, oil, gas, this. Do you have it near you, in your diocese, in your well, state, if you are a big country? So do you have that kind of industry near where you usually live? If it is yes, stand up. Okay, please sit down. Then very randomly, I will pick a few of you and ask, what do you expect from this panel, very, very briefly, and also if you already have some short, very, very short question or comment. So, lady, do you expect something? You can also say, I am from.
Okay, I'm Lebanese, I live in Paris. I accept that we can try to find together a solution. Maybe not a solution. It's so difficult to find something that will save us, will save the planet. But try to find a way in our daily practice and our jobs, every one of us, to help with preserving these natural resources, maybe.
Thank you. What do you expect from this panel? And then you will join your colleagues.
Okay, hello, I'm from Czech Republic, and I came here because I love nature and animals, plants and this, and I don't like when I see how it is disappearing. So yes, that's why I'm here. And maybe one question, what I often hear is that people say, okay, so we must change our natural resources and energy and renewable energy and this, but it's just big things and big ideas. But what can I do, like just only a small person? So this is maybe a question.
So let's go. See. English. So italiano traduco io. Cosa ti aspetti? Chi sei, da dove vieni? So we have Francesco from southern Italy. So the city in which there is the biggest heavy metal siderurgia factory of Europe. So his hope is to have a paradigm shift with the youth. Ilva. So vediamo.
Thank you for this session, and it's my very close to my heart, this natural resources session, because I love plants and animals. And my expectation from this session is how the UN can be addressed strongly from the grassroots, so that they can really take an action to save the planet. I am Sister Denon and belonging to the Congregation of Jesus, Mary, Joseph, and I'm a JPIC promoter for my congregation. From India, working in Rome. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. So please also our guests and panelists move to the other side. Please. So let's say two more. You, what do you expect? Vai. So she's Rosa from Italy. Me? Sì. So she's waiting to learn from others who may have a different culture and different thinking, especially about climate-related issues. Thank you very much, and we will finish with you. Très bien. Do we have French translation? Est-ce que nous avons la traduction en français? Oui, nous devrions l'avoir. Parce que Rien. Funziona? Alors oui, on me dit qu'il y a la traduction en français, du coup.
I'm told that we have translation in French. If you don't speak French, take your devices. What do you want from where are you coming from, and what do you need from? Good morning, everyone. I come from Senegal, the west of Africa, from Dakar, the capital city. And last year, I was in the same group as you were, and I was talking about the reality that we have in terms of climate change. And the first film was filmed in Senegal. And it was showing how the climate change affects our country. So that's why I'm a member of the ecological group in France, and as a volunteer of the Laudato Si movement to raise awareness for the country, for the governments to work with everyone. We have 70% of youth with less than 40 years old, so it is a call for work, to educate the local people to preserve nature. And that's the reason I'm here. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think that this sample that we have gathered here, sorry, I will move to English.
we already met to collect a few ideas, a few concerns. Now, on my behalf, I will no longer introduce the speakers since you met them earlier today. I will just say two thank you. The first thanks is to the simultaneous translation team. So merci beaucoup for the work you are doing wherever you are hiding. And the second thank you is a big thanks to a group of youth from Economia di Francesco. They are in each of the 5 parallel working groups, and they will follow during 2 hours a very specific way of note-taking, so that all their notes will later, so tonight and tomorrow, be merged into a final manifesto. And this final document will be given to the Pope in 2 days. So her purpose and the purpose of 4 of her colleagues is precisely to gather whatever we will say. Now, without further delay, I think it's an interesting idea to being challenged by someone who has been younger for more time than the majority of us. So in more or less 8 minutes, Raphaël, please, you have the floor.
Merci. Je ne sais pas si je vais parler 8 minutes, mais bon. J'ai plutôt envie de réagir.
Thank you. I don't know if I will speak for 8 minutes, but I will react. I took note of some questions here, and there is a question here that concerns myself. There's a question, I think it was you. What should I do? What is the solution? What do I need to commit to in order to save the planet? I'm 68 years old, and I started my interest in nature very early in my life. I was 10 years old and I was observing trees. And at the time that wasn't mentioned, I built building nests for birds, and then there were some maritime disasters and oil tankers that sunk, and there was a mass disappearing of the birds. And that I was destroyed by that. And I started thinking seriously on this matter. I started with this story because I don't think that there is a single solution to save the planet. I like to have the notion of changes, of paradigm shifts. I think that if there is no solution, there is at least a direction, a sense. The world that we are at for the Westerners, and they are mainly responsible because we have a world of overconsumption at the world level. And I think that there is a shift in paradigm that we need to integrate voluntarily or not. We will need to learn how to consume less. I'm part of the generation where everything was amazing, everything was great. I was brought up without asking questions. After the war, I was coming from a comfortable world where no problems existed. That's what expected everyone. And what you, young people, are expecting, you will need to realize that you have to consume less. Recycling is a paradox, because if as for recycling, if we don't say that we need to decrease the number of things to be recycled, the problem will be there. We need to consume less resources, and that's the shift in paradigm. We will need to work on that. That might not be the solution, but that is a way, a path that we cannot avoid. We as a society, we will be integrating that with the real topic at an international level, which is how will we balance that methodological change in terms of consumption between the developed and the underdeveloped countries? How can we reach a certain level of consumption? These are real topics. When we look at the climate convention, or how people are sensible to accountability, how will the countries that are victims of this overconsumption, how will they be paid? These are very complicated issues. So there is a first approach that is necessary, which is this paradigm shift. And the one that I mentioned this morning as well, maybe you might not share it, but we need to be turning into biology. Solutions won't be exclusively technological. I don't believe in that. Uh, for example, in agriculture, it's not only having a more potent tractor that will solve the problem of starvation in the world or the use of pesticides. So we will need to go back to the life. What causes the fertility in the soil? It's not chemistry that you put there, it's not the tractors that you put on the soil. The fertility of the soil is the quality of life of that soil, the microbiological richness of that soil. I'm an agronomer, but I'm not the single person sharing that. What does this mean? It means that we need to work in the soils. We need to sow forests again, to plant forests. But in a country like mine, France, half of the vegetation that it was close, the fields, is composed, it shelters animals that are very important. So all those microorganisms are very important. So we need to reintroduce life, primary life in the soils, in the ocean, in the areas of the ocean that I will leave the other people to talk about the ocean, but there are areas in the ocean that are left without oxygen. This is a disaster. I think that the paradigm shift is going back to life. Life is biology, and we need to turn to biology. And the question that was asked individually, can you do individually? That's an issue that has always been in my mind. I've always wondered there were two topics that I was passionate about: biology, environment, and education, psychology, and change. I've worked in activist organizations for agriculture, and I thought, well, this doesn't work. People need to change individually. Then I moved on to work at the counseling department in management so that people can get into a logic of change. This is an important topic. And then I came back with the foundation to the work, to the environment, the venture, the ocean. For me and individually, we need to make choices, and those choices are circumstantial. If there is an opportunity, and I don't believe in a major reflection, that is, where will I have the maximum profit from this business that is the planet disaster? There's work for everyone, and there is not a single place with a magic lever to do better. Each and every one of us needs to do our best work. We are, and we need to try and find the field where we will cause most impact. And getting older, impact is secondary for me. I could tell you a story of what I've done professionally and that had a result. But if I honestly look, most of the results that happened had a limited impact. And my contribution to this result, I worked in a group, so many times we need to think when we have an impact, we need to go and work, and then we'll see. So I don't know if I was clear, but I don't believe in major big results. But that doesn't mean that we don't need to do something. We need to do something at a certain point. That's a little bit what I wanted to say. And let me give a small note on Senegal, because I work on a project called Cities, and seeing how the coastal lines are adapting to the raising of the sea that will cause an issue because of the GIEC estuaries. That this rise will be from a few centimeters to some meters, maybe not in the GIEC estuary, but this will be a major topic. The Secretary General of the United Nations told the Security Council that this was an important topic, even for the planet's security, the rise of the sea. So this is a very important topic, and currently we are working in different areas of the world to identify the solutions. And we did a workshop in Baghdad in the West Coast. We can talk about that later, in the West Coast of Africa, that is part of the regions that are impacted. These are topics where the answers can only be collective. This means that the inhabitants of a territory can have a collective reflection on how our territory will evolve. The rise of the sea level, there is no big solution, not on a short term, but the long-term solution is to go back. And going back means that we need to move the inhabitants back, their houses, their activities, and there we will need collective engineering. We will need that people in the territories will need to collectively think on where we will relocate our territories. So, and you can imagine the task at hand. And if you want to put energy in engineering collectively, this is a topic that is huge for me in terms of challenges for the future. Thank you very much. There is something that comes to my mind, and we can talk about that later on, is that the university training, will it change? There are things that are easier to have a choice to allow and help to save nature, and especially because there are some that have someone who left the university now, they should do this university program that they, when they've studied beyond that, they should with them put them aside. In France recently, there is an agronomy association, and we have the students that made some declarations. And we have trained in agronomy, and we won't contribute to the model of development for agriculture, for industrial agriculture. And they were taken in a very strong way. That debate has existed before. Agronomers are people that are very fractioned to those who depend on agriculture, chemistry, industrial chemistry, and the others, which I'm part of, from bioagriculture. And I don't think it will be a matter of training, because I was in contact with people who don't have a diploma, and they think about that because they are people in the field who verify what really happens. We have people that have a very natural sense, that were capable to make decisions. I've seen some agricultures that have replaced they replaced the vegetation, and without the diploma. In my case, the diploma helped me, but we are in a society where a diploma opens doors, but it's not the single way. Thank you.
The reaction. So, Sarita, the first time we discussed
Regarding
insisted a lot on the concept equity, justice. So, please, this is your speaking time, of course. And so, what can you bring reacting to Raphael's inspirational remarks? Please. So also, more or less 8 minutes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Better. So I'm going to speak in English. So if anybody needs a translation machine, you can get it now. I'll wait. Yeah, we'll wait. So how was lunch? Good? Yeah? No? Oh. Lots of plastic, yes, that's something I noticed too, yeah. I generated 8 pieces of single-use plastic in one flight along with the carbon footprint because the airline had no option per se. So yeah, it's quite this thing. Okay, we'll wait for our Senegalese friend and we will start as he gets the translation soon. Okay, so I will start. Okay, yeah, he's here. Great. Yeah? Can we start? Yeah, okay. So I'm going to focus again on the question. I'm going to make it a little interactive. So I would need answers from y'all and questions from y'all also. I noticed that when Tebaldo went earlier, nobody had questions. Like we had just 1 or 2 questions. So feel free to ask any questions y'all have. Related to anything, related to our own personal journeys of how we've come into the space. Yeah. So coming back to the same question I had asked, how do we believe we are building a better future with business as usual? Right? I had asked this in the panel earlier for all those who were present there. So give me anyone who would like to say something about this. You can just start speaking, you don't need to, unless there are many people. So what do you feel that, are we building a better future when we are having business as usual? Why?
Un attimo, please, I beg your pardon. Because of translation. So, but we are here for this. So this is also why I asked.
I don't think it will be possible because I think we're very limited in the way the globalized economy works. Because right now it's mostly around financiarization. Sorry, it's a bit difficult to pronounce in English. And this belief that unlimited profits is possible within physical limited resources.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm Maxine from Singapore. I'm a lecturer in NUS University. So I really believe that we cannot carry on with business as usual because the more we tell each other that we can still consume, we can still buy, we can still spend with a limited amount of resources, then it's giving the younger generations and all the people here a false sense of security. And I think that is a problem. So I think that now things are starting to change. Industries, especially within Singapore, they are starting to wake up. They are starting to look at their own SDG. They are starting to look more at their own climate impact, their own carbon footprint. But I feel that this raises another problem, and the problem is greenwashing. There's a lot of greenwashing going on. And I still don't know how to tell my students how to deal with it. I still don't know how we are going to deal with it. Yeah.
Thank you.
I think we cannot go on with the current business system because it's what is causing largely our ecological crisis. Because there's a lot of accumulation of, as someone said in the previous part of the before lunch, we are focused on accumulating money, properties, and there are a large part of the monies, the things that could be useful for everyday life are in the hands of the largely minority of people, like 1% of the world has 90% of the monies that are in our world. So we cannot continue to base our economy on multinational companies that profit on the single people who cannot stand for themselves and are have to work without having a rightful
Share.
share. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So, anyone else? Before you answer the question, I wanted to just show you something. So this is a baby Ridley, and it's just hatched. And I work on turtle nesting in India, in Goa. And this is the future that we hope for, right? Like a small little Ridley, which is the size of a cap, a bottle cap, being able to come out from the sand, not in a beach full of plastic, and making it to the sea. And probably, if it's a female, surviving 20, 30 years in the sea and coming back to nest on the same beach. But this is the reality we live in. Now, when it comes to plastic, because somebody mentioned plastic is still an issue, like there's a lot of plastic even in this event, although I know the organizers have tried really hard to like cut down on the plastic footprint. In India, we have tried plastic bans about 7 times, and very serious bans, right? Like, okay, the government is going to take action. The government will ban it. But the problem we have, and they said we will not go business as usual, right? But then whenever it's amounting to like a ban, there is a issue of equity. So now this issue of equity means that there are some groups that require plastic because it's cheaper, and they will not be able to afford the alternative. And there are businesses who manufacture plastic or who are dependent on the plastic economy that will be hurt. And so the impact of that is much more than the impact of just banning it, right? So it's like a cost-benefit analysis. So when it comes to this kind of, you're stuck in it, right? So imagine like a whirlpool. So right now the economy, we are all going clockwise, and now we have to stop this and go in another direction, stop the business as usual and go in another direction. And they say that it's going to hurt some people because we have to look at equity. We have to look at each and every person and how it impacts them. So what do you think could be like, what are your thoughts on that? There's no question here, actually. I would like to know your thoughts on that.
Hello, I'm Milagros. I'm from Argentina. I live in Mendoza. So in my province, we have oil. We have also problems with water. We have an hydric emergency for the last 11 years. We have lack of trees also, and lack of snow. Sometimes the water problem comes from the lack of snow in the mountains. So for me, it's not possible to continue with business as usual, because it's not only the changing of our habits in our family, our personal habits. It's also the public policies. It's also the companies' public policies. Sometimes young people felt helpful and sad because we feel like we are fighting against Goliaths, you know. And I think this is a matter of the society as one, not only people itself, also states, also companies. We need the commitment of all the people that could be.
Thank you. Anyone else? So
Recently, a Salesian priest from the Philippines visited the dicastery and said, poor people can only buy a little bit. When you buy a little bit, you buy with plastic bag. So the only thing that poor people can afford in my island is with plastic bags.
Plastic bag, yeah, it's very true. So a shampoo bottle costs about $5 where I live, but a sachet costs like, I don't know, 10 cents, Father? Yeah, 10 cents in India. So somebody who's a daily wage worker and earns about less than $1 a day, he is going to want to buy a single-use plastic, which is more polluting than just maybe one bottle that he could reuse. So when it comes to this, I always remind myself of the famous sea turtle. It's like a female sea turtle, and how its influence in the ecosystem really makes a difference and teaches some lessons. So sea turtles in India were consumed before, like eaten. And of course, in many other parts of the world, their eggs were eaten, their meat was eaten. And somebody came up, and a scientist came up and said that there are a lot of heavy metals in the meat, and you will fall sick. And it's also an anti-aphrodisiac, something like that. And the consumption drastically fell. And suddenly everybody wanted to conserve sea turtles, tag sea turtles and save them, and talking about their ecosystem benefits. So when it comes to plastic, I think one of the things that is missing is the things we are not seeing, right? And this was coming to my second question. Do you remember when we had to ban CFCs to protect the ozone layer? We were really small, but our parents were there. And the amount of time it took to ban CFCs versus the amount of time it would have probably taken to ban plastics is very different. So why do you think it was easy to ban CFCs and so many appliances? That also comes in the subject of equity, right? Poor people were using those devices. It was coming from the first world countries to third world countries like India. And so how do you think it was possible for the world to suddenly stop using CFCs? Just any words.
Anyone not sleeping.
Do you want me to explain what CFCs are? So they are chloroform, the carbons, like they were basically compound, I don't know the full form exactly, but CFCs were compounds used in refrigerators and air fresheners. And so they would go and widen the hole in the ozone. And so suddenly in the 90s and early 2000s, like they decided to ban CFCs, and now the ozone layer has like started healing and all. So how did they achieve that? Global corporation, yeah. And so it was collective action, right? Everybody saw something and they were like, oh, if the ozone goes away, we're going to get cancer. That was like, if you look at it from a marketing perspective, how like foundations were trying to tap into awareness, they were like, if you use CFCs, if you use a room freshener, you'll get cancer. Yeah, because you're going to like open up the ozone layer. So that was the level of awareness. That was what they were seeing. So with plastic and with a lot of the ecological issues, I come down to, and when it comes to fixing the question of equity, when we are trying to say we can't continue in business as usual, I always like to understand what are we not seeing. And so, for example, the heat waves in the global south, right? It started from Southeast Asia first, then it came to South Asia. Started from March onwards of this year, right? So in Feb itself, we started seeing the rise in temperatures, and some of the local governments started prepping for it, and we battled it out till May. It was extreme heat. It was like 59 and 60 degrees in some places. And we tried like doing the best we could. But the only time when it changed from global warming to boiling was when the heat waves came in the global north, right? And so these kind of perspectives that we could have learned so much from the countries, especially countries like Sri Lanka, like Bangladesh, countries in the Middle East like Dubai and the UAE, which are already like a desert country, have these amazing grassroots strategies to combat heat and to protect people from the impacts of heat waves. But we couldn't really translate that because nobody probably asked them and nobody thought that we should go and tell them that this is what's going to happen in the summer in the global north. So why can't we, for example, yeah. So what are we not seeing when it comes to this? Somebody mentioned classism. I don't know when I was sitting. And what are the barriers when it comes to looking at what's happening in the other side of the world? Like somebody from the global south looking at the global north and somebody from the global north looking at the global south. Apart from visa restrictions. What are the challenges when it comes to the global north looking at the global south? Why are they not being able to see the issues or what's happening or even have an interest in what's happening there? And the same way for the global south when we are looking at the global north. Like I am shit scared, like if it's 65 degrees in Italy and I'm like, what do I do if it's 65 degrees in Goa tomorrow? Right? So what is stopping me from asking the question, from reaching out to those people? Biases, yeah.
Stop.
So I think the role of cognitive biases and social biases are very strong in the way we perceive reality, because it is the way we frame information, right? So if we don't even consider some data to be information that is valuable to treat, then we won't consider it as being a phenomenon and then act depending on this. So I think that's why the media is obviously what interests the people that read the media is what is related to your daily life, and it has a big role on that also to make sure that it shows realities of different parts of the world, as well as updating the views of the world that we have. I feel like there's a delay between what we think we know and what we actually know about the world right now. Definitely in the North, I feel this is the way it is for us. Like we still perceive certain countries to be developing when actually they are more than developing. They are already developed. Yes.
Yeah. And what kind of biases do you think anybody from any experiences could share? What kind of biases do you think when it comes to somebody from the global south, for example, wanting to connect with someone from the global north to discuss climate crisis, to discuss like, okay, how do I save myself like from something that's happened over there, and vice versa?
Colleagues, panelists are welcome to give also their ideas on,
for example,
on Sarita's questions.
Yeah. I can share one bias is that this is something I overheard at a conference, so I will not say which conference. Is that Africans and Indians inherently live in hot climates, so they will they'll be able to adapt to heat waves. So we shouldn't really focus much on them, and we need to look at like countries that have no like this thing on heat waves, so we should focus on them. So that's one bias that I've heard of. Obviously, boomer generations, no offense. But yeah, so what like these kind of biases, what kind of biases have you heard? And also like vice versa.
I'm Susie. I'm a theologian from Brazil. And one of the biases I often come across is people who think us in Latin America are dumber or slower because we're not fluent in other languages or because our English has some sort of accent or things like that. And then we're not even invited to the discussions, or when we are, we're treated in a very infuriating way.
Thank you for sharing. So this little exercise gave us an idea that the ecological crisis, the climate crisis, is not just limited to one theme, right? It's not just plastic or it's not just degradation. And I just wanted to do this little exercise to understand equity, that what it could mean as a perfect solution in one region wouldn't necessarily be a perfect solution in another region. For example, this is a small-scale fisher that does not right now have an option leaving this plastic net. He was using a cloth net some years ago, and then somebody told him that you have to modernize and use a plastic net, so he started using a plastic net. And now they're like, you're causing ghost gear, discarded fishing nets, so stop using the plastic net again, right? So that's why these, when I come to speaking about equity and like even thinking of solving the ecological crisis, we have to really see much more into what exactly causes the crisis in the first place, right? Because there are no binary solutions. Governments look at solutions like this. So sea level rise means a seawall. This is Mumbai. And they build a big coastal road, not really understanding that the same shore is going to be the only flood protection barrier in the next 40 years when the sea actually starts rising. And yeah, I'm not going to get into this so that we can do this thing. And just summing it up with this little exercise, that heat and storms will be equal across borders. And I think as millennials and Gen Zs going forward, it would be nice to collectively understand and agree that tightening borders or fueling our biases instead of questioning why does this bias exist against me or I have it towards someone, until we do that, it will not solve the climate crisis, because the climate crisis is not a binary crisis. It is a social crisis and an ecological crisis. So yeah, thank you. Sorry, I had much more planned, but I have very little time, so I had to wrap it up.
Thank you very, very much. So we are getting warm. We still have more than 1 hour. So we are more or less at the middle of our seminar, even if we wasted a lot of time at the beginning for many, many reasons. 2 small announcements. The first one, there is a little booklet produced by the Dicastry for Integral Human Development and Research Center from Sweden on our common home. It's available online in many, many languages, so as a PDF. So you can just have a look, but don't hesitate to check at it online. It's available in plenty of languages. Second announcement. We are now appointing someone as a rapporteur. So you have seen a little bit what we have discussed so far, introductory remarks of Raphael, the concern of equity, poverty, bias with Sarita. Now we need one of you, a youth, young people, to present in some 10 minutes, 9-10 minutes, what we have discussed. We need one volunteer. Is there one volunteer? He or she can be helped by others to take notes in a kind of cooperative effort still. Benissimo. Thank you very, very much. So let's assume 2 persons that are willing to take notes for her, near her. 2 volunteers good at note taking. So one, do you want to sit near her? No, you want to stay here. So you have now someone in your team and another person. Okay, thank you. So thank you very, very much. Is there any reaction, any brief comment or reaction from the panelists? Okay. Is there for not any question from the audience? Any additional comment on what you have heard so far?
So we discussed about the general situation, and I wonder if these problems are on a large scale level, like in the hands of the government, of the companies and other structures that are above us as individuals. How can we influence these realities that are above us to have an impact on our situation and to have it in a rightful amount of time, because we are strict, we have no time. So we cannot expect to have a generational change to become politicians or something like that. We have to change the things now.
Another concern or comment that we have to change the things now?
First, please thanks Sarita Fernandez for your presentation. I'm Priya Basil Lobo from Goa, India. I was happy when she presented. We come from the same place. We have practical difficulty in India, so to say, and in the place where we come from, Goa. We have the politicians on the name of development, destroying forests, destroying rivers, and everything goes in a local language, Parivartan, means development. And the Catholic Church is in the forefront, trying to stop mining. We have mining issues, we have river issues, and we have forest issues, where forest trees have been cut and cut and cut. You see hardly any trees now on the road when you come. It is very hot. You can't walk. And the temperature is very high. And we are only 2% Catholics in whole of India. And we are trying to bring this message of environmental issues. We are trying to tell them, but the politicians are so strong, and what has happened is a greed. It is not for development. It is for my greed. I am in power, so I try to rob and rob and rob. I finished my term after 5 years as a politician, as a prime minister maybe, as a CM maybe, whatever maybe. And I take whatever I can. But what is left for the next generation which is going to come after us? What about our children and the youth which are coming behind us? What are we leaving for them on the name of development? So that is the question, and how to bring this awareness of environment, to save the environment, keep our cities green, keep our villages green, and for the betterment of everyone, not the greed. Even the animal in the jungle has a rule, only when I'm hungry, I hunt for my food. When I'm hungry, the animal will hunt for his food. But humanity is for greed. So we need to change the thinking pattern. We need to think differently. And that is what we need. We need to, as Sister said behind, who sits here, she is also from India. We need to have the UN policies where we can bring this internal change and we can collaborate with one another. And that change will happen. If all of us unite, we can bring the change.
So one thing that I was thinking is, in regards to the first question, I'll answer your question when I go to the stage. But to the second question, there is a problem because we are the ones selecting the politicians. So we need to think about or vote when we go and vote. And I'm not saying us here in this room, but the world. It's the one, like politicians, the majority of them at this moment in time, the majority gets elected by voting. And we are voting for these people in the head of states. So that's something to think about.
Just adding on to that, I think for the first question, when Tebaldo asked, like, what are our thoughts, I could feel like there's this very deep sense of gloom. Like this, we are heading to the crisis and what there's not a lot to do and very less time. But I think what we don't realize is the solutions are simple ones that are the most impactful, right? And one of the most impactful things that I have tried using as a compass whenever I am also in my eco-anxiety is asking accountability. So, yeah, so if a politician says that, oh, they're going to take care of your village or they're going to take care of this thing and they do not, how do we create collective accountability where we demand such accountability from that said person? Or the said ministry, or the said group of people, or the said UN body that said it will do this, right? Because the money is there to do this. I was just saying how much money the fossil fuel industry earned in 1 year, $219 billion. So the money is there, like they are taking out from Earth and they're not paying back to Earth. Like if you look at it purely from business and economics perspective, you are taking something, but you are not purchasing it. So they have to put the money back in and they have to put the money back into climate funding and whatever things that we have. So I think accountability, and that's the tough part. How do we demand accountability that requires creative thought and discussions and all? I think is the current need for a lot of things rather than, yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Okay, Raphaël.
Oui, moi je voudrais. C'est vrai que la question de quel levier on a sur les États et sur les entreprises,
On the issue of companies and companies, well, it's an important matter. Democratic procedures, agreement, consultation within the UN, civil society, companies. I've been in negotiations at the UN, and let me tell you, this is not a world of, well, it's not just bad people, but it's hard, And the economy, the fossil fuel economy, I saw the Saudis making it difficult for us to debate. They defend their interests and they do everything they can to sabotage. We must create, via democratic processes, we need to pressure. There are youngsters who do this a lot more, leaders, but there are organizations doing it. I think that it's part of our landscape, means of action. The UN Program for the Environment has just launched a study on a number of legal resources that are increasing and are being developed by organizations against the states, against companies, namely on the challenges connected to consumption, fossil fuels. We must dare to do things. Each person according to their behavior. Some people take a stronger stance. It has to do with the means. This is a hard world. We have people without the principles, so we need to resort to this kind of means. That's part of the landscape,
What does faith and science may say about this? So, Padre Eduardo, You have the floor, please.
Thank you. I was about to give my interpretation. One.
Please.
No, but where is it?
Yeah, that's the one, right?
That is it?
Is it this one?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Can you see it? But I cannot. As a presentation. There it is. Hello. Thank you. I'm glad to have una Mendocina among the public. I'm also from Mendoza, born in Mendoza. I'm an Argentinian. Happy also to be with you and share my experience on climate. I'm a climate scientist. I do research in this field for long. That's my work for my whole life. Since I entered the convent, I was already studying atmospheric sciences, and I became a scientist in this field, being a friar. Happy also to help the church in these fields in many aspects, not only from a scientific point of view, but also in terms of thinking of theology in this sense. And what I want to share with you are my concerns, my whole life concerns about climate change. You have heard the news that this morning we listened about the boiling. We are in a global boiling. This is the figure, probably you have seen this. This is the last 45 years, the global surface temperature average between July the 1st and July the 23rd. So it's comparable because it's an annual average from 1940 to present. And you can see the magnitude of this July compared to previous Julys in this time series of ERA reanalysis. Now, for instance, this morning I heard the news about the Antarctica. For first time, a big portion of ice has separated from the continental ice sheets of Antarctica. Antarctica is one of the tipping points of climate system, and we are pushing the system towards these tipping points very suddenly. So it's a challenge. The IPCC, you all know, the global group of experts on climate change have released their reports in the last couple of years. The synthesis reports came out in March this year, and the teaching from science is clear. Human beings are responsible for the global warming that we are observing on Earth since the last, at least this is a reconstruction of temperature of the last 2,000 years. Number 0 there is when Jesus Christ was born. So we can see, and this stability in temperature was a common pattern throughout the Holocene. We've been listening this morning about the Anthropocene. We are in the Anthropocene, that is the last 150 years to present times. We are pushing the planet into a very unstable situation, dynamically thinking. So for the sustainability of the planet, what does the science says? We need to stop. It's like, for instance, a man in his 40s, I will tell you a story, a small story, has lungs problems, issues, has a pain in the chest and goes to see his doctor. And the doctors send him to make exams, tests in blood, imaging tests, etc. And finally finds that he has some lung cysts that are growing. So when the doctor sees his patient, says, you've got a lung issue, and the patient was smoking. And so he says, the first thing that you should do is to stop smoking. That would be the reasonable action from science, from the medical science. And the man says, no, doctor, I will not do that because my grandpa, he lived to be 90 years old and he smoked all his life. So I will do the same, continue doing the same. And the doctor said, well, you are playing genetic roulette in that way. But you have one body, and the most warning and the best solution is to stop smoking, stop consuming cigarettes. How many cigarettes are you consuming? About 20, 25 daily, not many. So that is Cigarettes nowadays for our society are fossil fuels, burning of oil, carbon, and gas. And science spoke in 1990, the first IPCC report, and then in the second IPCC report in 1995, I was a student back then, and they spoke CO2 are related, CO2 emissions from burning fossil fuels are responsible of the warming that we are observing in the climate, and also are responsible of all the changes in the patterns of climate that we are observing, more droughts, more heavy precipitation, heat waves as we've been seeing, etc. It passed about 30 years until came in Paris, where I was there as as an assistant of the Argentinian government at the time. And I was happy because I said, okay, for first time science has been heard and countries are doing something. The Paris Agreement came, but the problem of the cigarettes still was there and still now in the present times. The Paris Agreement doesn't mention the problem of fossil fuels. Only it appears in the cover paper of COP26 in Glasgow, the phrase to phase down the subsidies to coal and abated coal, but only that. Last year, the same phrase, and many countries and many people are working towards the phasing fuels phase out. We need to ask our governments as soon as possible in this decade to change towards clean energies, to alternative renewable energies. That is the message from science, from the 3 reports. If you want to download those reports and find the conclusions, you can see, for instance, to keep within the 1.5 degrees Celsius limit for the global warming, emissions need to be reduced by at least 43% in the 2030. We are close to that date, and the values of temperature increase are really higher every year. So what we need is to really phase out fossil fuels. And the church, if you remember, probably Pope Francis in Laudato Si, he speaks about this. We know that technology based on the use of highly polluting fossil fuels, oil, and gas, needs to be progressively replaced without delay. That is, fossil fuels phase out. And it was said 8 years ago, and countries have done little about that. And in the latest message for the Day of Prayer for the Care of Creation, you read from Pope Francis saying this: in next COP27, our countries need to institute a rapid and equitable transitions to the end of the era of fossil fuels. We need to push our governments, our societies, towards clean energies. And that is really a very big lifestyle change, because we need to change the way we recreate, we transport ourselves, the way we consume, the way we decide to go into vacation, etc. And that means for us a lot of change in values and also education. We need to become climate literate people in order to understand the reports of the fossil fuels, the reports of IPCC should be our handbook every day. Every day we should read, together with the Bible, with the Gospels, read also a message from the IPCC, just to realize how serious is this situation. It is absurd, Pope Francis says, to permit the continued exploration and expansion of fossil fuels infrastructures. In the 90s, where the Pacific Islands countries were the first to claim at the UN for climate justice. And because of them, thanks to them and to science, because we scientists knew about climate connection with CO2 and the burning of fossil fuels from 1936. The first paper that appeared in Science is from that decade. And throughout the decades, the understanding was deepening and deepening and more clear for us. And thanks to science and to the Pacific Islands. And why? Because in the Pacific Island, the first effect of climate change is the sea level rise. And during the 90s and the 2000 decade, the sea level rise in this area were very important. It was a very positive impact
let me see if I have here. I think I passed it. No, yet, not yet. We have little time. This figure, if you see, this is the sea level rise during the 90s and first parts of the 2000s. The most impacted of sea level rise already observed because of climate change are the Pacific Western area, all the Pacific islands. Pope Francis saw this image in 2009 in Buenos Aires when I was working in our university team of research in climate and social issues, and he was very impacted of this. And because they are the people, the poor countries who are claiming, and also it was like a wound of the earth claiming for change. And this is a map that for many of us, it's the connection between the claim of the poor and the claim of the earth that we have to listen to. And now these countries are again at the UN, the first claiming for a fossil fuels phase out, for the end of the fossil fuels era. And they are doing it since last COP27. I understand that the climate summits are really very bad. The negotiations are very rusty, the grid is terrible, the lobby from oil companies is very great, but I'm also very optimistic of the drop by drop and the work we are doing slowly to convince our governments, especially our people. And my dream is that now we are working with the Holy See delegation, that now the Holy See is also a party state within the climate summit since last year to join the Pacific Island countries' claim for a fossil fuels phase out. Also, the European Union is doing so, but as it was mentioned before, the Arabian countries and some other countries like the US and China are really against the end of their business as usual, as we are claiming here. So we need, I will ask, we need to develop a complement to the Paris Agreement that is called the Fossil Fuels Non-Proliferation Treaty. That is what's being discussed in some countries, especially the Pacific Island countries are asking for this treaty that is based in 3 pillars: stop the expansion of fossil fuels infrastructures, fair and equitable fossil fuels phase out, and just energy transitions, 100% access to renewable for every country, for every communities, especially those from the global south. Why we need a Paris Agreement or whatever international public binding law like this is to complement the Paris Agreement, because they are not tackling the issue of the cigarettes we are smoking with this illness that is climate change. And it's time, the clock is advancing and the time is running out. So we need to act quickly. So we need more governments to join this bloc of Pacific nations, spearheaded by Vanuatu and Tuvalu, in developing this fossil fuels non-proliferation treaty. Within the chair, the Dicastery of Human Development, the Laudato Si movement, and other faith institutions, we delivered last year a faith letter supporting this fossil fuels non-proliferation treaty. Cardinal Czerny is part of this process as well. And last year, he suggested in a press release, fossil fuels non-proliferation treaty gives great hope for integrating and strengthening the Paris Agreement. So we really need to support this treaty, or whatever we have to ask our governments for the fossil fuels phase out as soon as possible. There is no time to delay, to postpone it for long. So I share with you this proposal as well. Just if you want some action, simple action that you can do is endorse this support, this faith letter support of a fossil fuels non-proliferation treaty, because the UN system works through citizenship support a lot. So the more people support this, the better. And this is a tool that we need to take advantage of. But also, once you support a letter like this, or once you ask your government or your or your state for fossil fuels phase out, you are committing yourself for that change. You are making that conversion in your lifestyle. You cannot continue the way you are living, or we are living, I am living, the same as if nothing happens. Okay, just a sign, doesn't matter, I will do it. No, you are asking and compromising your future in the way you act. The endorsement of a letter or of a support or whatever action you do in order to persuade our governments to do what they have to do, I agree that we select our governments, but democracy doesn't mean that we are really changing the mindset of the royal consciousness that still is corrupting our societies. The stance of making a difference is a prophetic stance. It means we need to become the alternative consciousness for the different is coming. And we need to live out of the royal consciousness of overconsumption in which we live, and many are working or are doing their business to continue in that kind of lifestyles, the royal consciousness. We need to become prophetic in that sense. The prophet usually is not welcoming their people and families and cities. And also what they say is looked by many people like, you are a crazy man. And some few recognize them as a man of God, really, because the words of a prophet goes not to the mainstream, but goes to the alternative styles that we need, the alternative pathways that we can take. And we need that proposal for the present times. And you, the young people, the younger, you are forming now, you will be the fighters, the prophets in the future, in the coming future, I mean, 10 more years. You are taking the steering wheel at your hands of the world, and you need also to be believers of what you are doing, and also behave accordingly to what you are claiming and your values. You have to be convinced in that sense of what you are saying. So again, whatever thing that we do just to look for that just energy transition, it means for us climate literacy, but also a change of lifestyles, which means overcoming overconsumption, overcoming the culture of throwaway things, and also educating in values, values that we've been sharing this morning or during the day, and from the morning talks also, values that are related with integral ecology, in which the other are human beings, but also our mother and sister earth matter me. They're important, and I want to make the best I can do in order to preserve their lives, because they have rights. They are living beings created by God, and we need to care for one another, and we are the most responsible of this. So I will stop. I don't know if I'm on time, but this is more or less my message. Certainly we need to work a lot, but as a first step, I ask you this: just join and support a faith letter like this, but whatever action that you can do to convince, persuade your politicians, do them. And have in mind that politicians are part of the mainstream as well. So this is David against Goliath, but David could defeat Goliath at the end. So don't forget that story of the prophet, of the books of prophets. Thank you.
Any comment, any question, any reaction? Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sister Bing. I'm from the Philippines, and I'm starting a new community together with a bishop and a priest. The three of us are also very much involved in the ecological movement in the Philippines. And thank you, Father Eduardo. I can relate so much to you because we really feel the climate, not just crisis, but climate emergency in the Philippines. We have it all there. We have 28 coal-fired power plants operating in the Philippines. We have the mining issues, deforestation, building of mega dams, so I can relate with this. So like for me, it's more, it's not just seeing, but feeling the cry of the earth. We are one of the 17 megadiverse countries, very rich in biodiversity, but we are also in the top 10 hotspot because of these environmental issues, destroying our beautiful land. So for me, it's feeling, and it's not more like I will do this to save, but it's I will do this to allow Mother Earth to save us, because we are not the ones saving our planet. It is Mother Earth who saves us. But our lifestyle doesn't anymore allow the healing power of Mother Earth, the saving power, the nourishing power of Mother Earth, because of our lifestyle. I work with the Laudato Si movement in the Philippine chapter, and Susie is here. So we are proposing 3 dimensions, our framework: spiritual, lifestyle, and the advocacy. So I've been in the ecological movement for over 20 years, but it's as if, what have we done? Because it's continuing. We have done so much. We have all these mobilizations or all these protests, but it's getting worse. Now we are very thankful for Laudato Si, because as we bring Laudato Si into the different organizations who have been there long for many years, they were saying, this is what was lacking, the spiritual dimension. So they are very grateful, even those people who are not very religious, when we bring to them the message of Laudato Si. There's like this, the wow, the aha experience. This is what's lacking. So I think it is more like contemplation, not so much action, but we contemplate the beauty, like what one of the speakers this morning said, because it is when we see this beauty that our actions will be authentic, because we want to preserve this beauty. We love creation. That's why when we love somebody, we do everything for the well-being of this person. And it's the same. When we see the beauty and love this beautiful world, then our actions will be just for the well-being of our Mother Earth. So it always starts with me. I think what we each one need is what Pope Francis is calling us. We all need to undergo ecological conversion, which means we need to reflect on how we are relating with one another, with other beings, with the whole of creation, and to go back to the basic that we are not separate. We are all interconnected. And if that is our consciousness, like the forest is our lungs. For us, somebody in the Philippines who wanted to be here, but he's still troubling, said, "Sister, you bring our issue on the Verde Island Passage." The Verde Island Passage is like the Amazon of Brazil when we talk of the ocean. But there was an oil spill that is already contaminating this, and so many resources. In fact, I don't see resources, because if it's resources, it's just for our benefit. But so many gifts no? So many gifts that is being given to us that we are destroying. So in this Congress, I'm bringing this issue of the Verde Island. We have a campaign to protect the Verde Island Passage. So if I also come here, I'm here also for a more collective action. So if you can support us in protecting the Verde Island Passage, because it's not only for the Philippines, it's a global issue. Thank you.
Thank you, sister. So, De Verde Island. Verde Island. Well received. I will, and many of us will certainly. Thank you. I've seen some movement among the Franciscan friars. Were any of you already a Franciscan friar 15 years ago? Or all of you are young Franciscans? You 15 years ago? 15. So 15 years ago, were this kind of discussion already frequent among Franciscans? Ecology, care of creation?
We did not have so much in India. We are just coming to this.
Sorry, but in Argentina too, because I belonged to the Juventud Franciscana. So in Jufra, we discussed this from years ago, before I was there, because we have a chapter called Justice, Peace, and with the creation. So also we, I think for the last perhaps 10 years or more years, we started discussing actions related to justice, to the climate change, related to human rights, because if we are going to talk about natural resources and climate crisis, we must talk also about climate refugees. So it's integral.
Thank you. Everything is connected. One more comment from the room. So 2 more comments and we will continue.
Thank you for your presentations, all of 3 of you. I'm quite surprised by how political your speeches are. I thought we were going to talk about science, and I'm very pleased to see that you guys are investing that field, because there's been a very big debate for us as people that vulgarize what scientists says. What I've been keep kind of thinking as you were presenting, the issue that I see in what you present is basically how do we think degrowth in developed countries? That is basically what it is about. And how do we deal with privilege with this? Because this is how it is really, isn't it? The most polluting countries right now are still the historic countries, developed countries, the US, Europe, now China is coming as well. And it is about why do we have fossil fuels industries? It's because we consume it directly. Why do we consume it? It's because of the privilege that we have to be able to develop our countries this way. So it's not really a question, it's rather a comment, and that is behind climate change. I feel like we actually are discussing justice, privilege, and how do we raise awareness around privilege in developed countries, but also I don't really like these distinction between these two, but you guys know what I mean. In developing countries that are the need also to reach to a level 3 out of the level 4 of development that you can get. Yes. Sorry. Oh, so I'm Mary Amy and I'm from France.
Thank you very much, Father, for your presentation. I really feel quite strongly about signing or getting our government to sign the fossil fuel non-proliferation. I don't know if you know much about Singapore, but we depend almost entirely on natural gas. And no matter how much we as scientists, the nature groups, we petition for them to shift over to solar or other kinds of power, the argument is always that our country is too small, we don't have enough land, so we can't do solar. So that how do we balance that? I think that's really challenging. So as much as we want to argue and tell them that no, we should kind of don't proliferate and don't do oil refineries anymore. A lot of Singapore's income comes from oil refinery. I think we can do solar power. It's just that I'm not trained in solar power, so I don't know if we really don't have enough space or not. So sometimes this argument is very difficult for certain countries to make or to sign. Yeah. So what is your advice to those countries?
The change towards energy, clean energies, renewable energies, is a must-do for all countries. And in every country, opportunities are different. So there is no one solution. And the good news is it's a way of democratizing power for people, because you can produce locally for your local needs. Probably the big issue is the big industries, how they can feel, okay, but that's another issue. And for more people who are concerned on that, usually are poor people and for their daily life. Solar panels, to my extent, I'm not an energy expert, I'm a climate expert, but solar panels can be also made floating on seas, lake, so you can produce, or even wind power, tides power, you can generate power from different ways. So my suggestion is the climate is changing, and the changes in climate patterns in the coming decades, if we do not act now, could be worse than just changing the energy matrix for people, for suffering. Certainly, we can decide not to stop smoking, and we are 8 billion people who may suffer, not one person who makes that decision for his body or her body. We are deciding for the whole planet. And sometimes we spoke with the colleagues, some other colleagues, we spoke, and certainly the Earth and the biodiversity will continue without us. Okay, that's a possibility too. But I'm also a faithful, and I believe that we are giving the gift of intelligence and love to make this world better, and we can make the changes necessary, hopefully in time.
The questions related to faith are obviously quite strong in encyclical Letter Laudato Si. It insists a lot on faith as a motivation, genuine motivation from faith. Who has already read the encyclical Letter Laudato Si? Please stand up. Yes, stand up if you have read the encyclical Letter Laudato Si. Almost. So at next World Youth Day, the few of you who haven't should really enjoy that document. Already in 1992, where we had a very big conference on development, it was in Rio de Janeiro, and already in 1992, the Holy See diplomacy denounced the fact that business strategies are planned on waste. So the Holy See denounced business that were really promoting waste and other consumption. Here, a brief question maybe between Padre Eduardo, Rafael, from the faith, from the science, natural resources, the concept resource, good. Is there any nuance you would like to raise on the concept resource? So maybe Rafael, Padre Eduardo. Briefly, yes.
Last night in dinner, when having dinner, we shared about that. What a pity that a faith panel like this we call natural resources. Why not to include the wording of Laudato Si and call earth goods and the human relationship with the earth goods? Because that's also a change in mindset. A river is not a resource. If you look at a river as a good that is given to you as a gift, you can use it, but you have to leave it for other people, future people, present people, to enjoy the beauty, the richness, and the life present in that river. So it's important also to be careful of the words and what we mean when we say something. And in issues like this, it's very important to be clear in mind that.
Oui, je vais compléter. Je voudrais juste avant dire un mot à propos de l'énergie, parce qu'on n'a pas parlé...
Dizer-vos a propósito da energia que há uma noção da sobriedade energética. Sobriety. This brings us towards consumption. Energy is not just how to make it, it's how to mitigate its consumption. It's a whole different subject. On resources, sure, we've discussed it. The truth is that it is clear in the philosophical order of thinking about nature, about resources, a notion that has been inspired by anthropologists that questioned that relationship, this connection to nature. Many philosophers used to say that nature is an intellectual creation of the Western world, saying that ancient people don't consider themselves as being separated from nature. This subject that I would like to agree with you on it, seeing nature as a resource, it's very limited. It's something that is quite limited for a set of people that have a sensorial experience. This is a part of the changes of paradigm that we try to reach.
Policies have been mentioned quite recently. Let's move now to something concrete, some examples. Please, Shirley, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Well, can I have that microphone? I need to move around.
Top, yeah.
Thank you so much. So, by the way, I see a lot of people here that can be presidents of the Republic. You are amazing. Every time you speak, it's like, whoa, this is the type of you we need, and this is why we're here. So we were talking a lot about policy, about politics, and I'm gonna let you know that I started in the government when I was 24. I'm now 31. I was 24. I was a marine biologist at that moment, only a marine biologist. Then I jumped out of the government to a master's of environmental science and policy, and I went back to a government. I just left the government 4 months ago, where I had the privilege of managing the Directory of Protected Areas and Biodiversity for a while, and then I was the advisor. When I was, and we, at that moment, it was me and a team, of course, of people, we achieved 54% of our waters under some protection. But this is what I'm saying about politics. I'm not from any party. I'm not a political engaged person, let's say in like parties, like political parties. But I literally approached the minister in charge and I said, I want to work with you. I want to work in this and that and that. And he called me 3 days later. That's, as youth, what we need to do to be in this position. Send the email, make that call, go and ask the question, go and bother that person, because the majority of the time, they actually want to hear you, or they are interested in what you're saying or you're offered. The majority of the time. I'm not saying every time, but it is the majority of the time. So my plan was to be in the government for 1.5 years. I was in the government for 4 years in this administration. So I'm gonna tell you a little bit about the solutions that will solve all our lives. No, I'm kidding, it's not gonna solve our lives, but it's, like I said, the saving accounts of the ocean. It's where the oceans get replenished, therefore where our livelihood is, and where the climate regulator is, where the biggest carbon sink is, and it is in the marine protected areas. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Panama, but also I'm going to talk about the Eastern Tropical Pacific Corridor, marine corridor, which is in between Panama, Colombia, Costa Rica, and Ecuador. And there's already science that says that these highly migratory species even go all the way up to Mexico. So this is a photo by Andy Mann from Sea Legacy. He's a great photographer, and it's a blue shark, and I will have the honor to go tomorrow to dive with these amazing creatures that are, of course, endangered. So this is a little bit of a timeline, a boring timeline, but it's where we started in 2004 with marine protected areas in Panama. It was only 3.5%. Coiba National Park, it is the core area of the Eastern Tropical Pacific Corridor in regards of Panama. And then in 2015, we created two giant protected areas, one in the Caribbean, one in the Pacific. And then that was 2015. And 2021, we expanded Cordillera de Coiba, which I'm gonna show you later on, to 30.5%. And then in March of this year, the president and the minister, in front of more than 600 people in our ocean conference, signed the expansion of the protected area in the Caribbean, which achieved the 54% of protection in Panama. This is Coiba National Park, but this is a photo that I want to show you. Today, it's World Rangers Day. Rangers, park rangers, today is their day. And those are the people that actually take care of our oceans, our environment, etc. Meanwhile, we are sleeping in our homes. They are outside fighting for our environment, putting themselves at risk, and not a lot of people, sadly, see their importance and their necessities, for example. They lack resources, they lack skills, they lack trainings, they lack money, fuel, etc., to do their work. So that's why I just want to mention them, because they're great. So this was the scenario in 2015. This is the Eastern Tropical Pacific Corridor, as I said. This is Galapagos here. This is Cocos in Costa Rica, Galapagos, Ecuador, Cocos, Costa Rica. This is Panama here, and this is Malpelo, Colombia. All the way, this is Clipperton, and all the way here, it was not created at the moment, but Revillagigedo, which is a national park in Mexico. So this was the scenario in 2015. Like I said, sorry, my presentation is not in a good order, but this was the creation of the two parks that I show you that we achieved to 13.5%. This was those protected areas. So when I started this administration, we had only that 13.5%. Because why 13.5 and why in this administration they increased? The Aichi targets said, Aichi targets are biodiverse, where, because they're already gone, we have new targets. They were the targets that said, let's say, the roadmap towards biodiversity and sustainability based on the Convention of Biological Diversity.
The Aichi target said that we need at least 10% of our waters and our land by any type of conservation. Of course, science did not agree with that. That was too little, that was not enough. And in December of last year, the world agreed to protect at least 30% of the oceans and land. Well, we can agree, but something it's in paper and the other thing it's on the field. So it's important to not only sign a protected area, but to implement that protected area, and that's another topic. So how did we did it, and why I think that the youth need to be involved in politics, and I see more and more youth in politics, and politics is not only working in the government, politics is signing that letter, politics is sending that email to your congressman because your congressman is doing something wrong and you think he may not read it, but he might. So why not do it? So how we did it? So in 2019, Panama adhered to this group called the Blue Leaders. It's managed by Belgium, and there's I think it's 19 countries that we agreed to get to a 30% before 2030. But at least a percentage of that 30% needs to be highly and fully protected. What does that mean? No take zones. No take zones for fisheries, no take zone for tourism, sometimes even maritime controls in those areas. So there are 3 components that we used in the government, which is science for decision making, already was explained, political will. Sadly, if there is no political will, if a politician is completely blinded, it will be really, really hard for him to do something like this, and especially when they're not scientists, and that's why we need to think before we vote. And the other piece is work with the civil society, both at the national and international level. That's, for me, the perfect formula to create marine protected areas, or actually to take decisions in general. So this was the formula that we used, and then on the 8th of June, we expanded that little it wasn't that little, but that protected area that you saw in the map from 17,000 kilometers square to 68,000 kilometers square. Panama, it's 75,000 kilometers square. So that protected area was almost the size of the Panama continental portion. And 2/3 of that protected area needs to be, and it is, highly and fully. So no activities are allowed. And in the entire protected area, long lines and nets were prohibited. Long lines, for those of you that don't know what a long line is, it's a giant line with a lot of little lines with hooks that you throw into the water. They floatan, they get into the water, and fish bites the hook and they get fished. And no nets. This was a top to bottom approach. What does that mean? That us in the Ministry of Environment, with the scientists and with the NGO society, we designated that area because it is a highly migratory route, and it has also a lot of seamounts, which are extremely important for regeneration and for biodiversity and nutrients, etc. So we actually expanded that area without asking anyone. Why? Because my coastal communities that are full of artisanal fisheries, they don't have the autonomy to get here. They don't have the boats, they don't have the fuel, they don't have the money, so they don't get all the way up there. Who does? Industrial fishermen. Industrial fishermen that are 1 or 2 millionaires that have 10 boats and that go with giant nets or with giant hooks and with giant lines and fish everything that our artisanal fisheries need to catch. And they fish what? Tuna and dolphin fish, which are highly migratory. And if you don't fish it there, they will then go in. And so my coastal fishermen can then use it in a hopefully in a sustainable way. So look how interesting this was. This was created, this is Malpelo, which is a sanctuary in Colombia. And a couple of years, I think it was 2017, this was in 2015. 2017, Colombia created another protected area, which 2017, and we're now 2023, and the management plan of that protected area, it's not yet done. So this is not something that never ends. This was another example. It's much smaller, much smaller, but this is the bottom-up approach. What does this mean? The fishermen from this community here, they asked us to expand that protected area that you see over there, to expand it because they saw that the whales were hanging around that area. That was the first one. And the second one was because the fishermen from those communities only use hook and line. But the fishermen from this community up here and other ones down here, they use nets and they use other harmful fishing methods. So the fishermen asked us, please expand this protected area because there's a lot of fishery grounds up there that they are harvesting and they're devastating because we only use hook and line and the other use harmful fishing methods. So they asked for this, and this is the bottom-up approach. They approach the government with their empirical knowledge that then was actually verified by science. So this was 2010. There was only smaller protected areas here. There was nothing because the Cordillera de Coiba was created in 2015. Here, there was a protected area, which is called Coiba National Park, but it's small, so you cannot see it. So look how was the Eastern Tropical Pacific in 2010. Look how was it in 2022. This is only talking about the Pacific. And that's political will. Because if it wasn't because of that, any of those presidents will have signed that executive decree. But that political will didn't come because they were like, okay, let's do this. No, it came because scientists, organizations, and youth, and people like you guys asked the government, like, hey, you guys are devastating the oceans, we need to do something. And there's a lot of money involved in fisheries. So that's political will, and that's work with science. But it wasn't that fast. Like, we are not doing this as fast as we need, but at least it's there. Some of them, I can assure you, and I can assure you in Panama as well, they could be on paper. There is a study that only 1/3 of MPAs are regulated or implemented in the correct way. But this created, now this is expanded. This is an old map. This is expanded all the way to here. So this created one of the largest marine corridor of marine protected area corridor in the world. So then I'm gonna go a little faster. In 2023, like I said, the president signed the other Banco Volcan marine protected area. And this doesn't have a management plan yet, but the executive decree established that at least 50% needs to be highly and fully, which means nobody can take any resources, living or not living, from that half portion that will hopefully get created soon enough. So right now, that protected area, Banco Volcan, it is on paper because it's created, but it doesn't have a management plan. Cordillera de Coiba does have already the management plan, thank God. So we have been talking about a lot about I have been talking about marine protected areas and them being our saving accounts. Why are saving accounts? Does someone know why I'm saying that marine protected areas are saving accounts? Actually, I did say it during my... It's the reason why we're alive. Yeah, that's true. That's also true. But what happens if you take care of highly ecological areas where migratory species are, where a lot of nourishment and nutrients are, at some point, the biomass can increase so much that that fish around that protected area needs to jump off, needs to go off the protected area. It's called a spillover effect. And if that happens, then our fishers can use that fish to bring to us to a table. So that's why they are our saving accounts. Because if we don't take care of those important areas, then we will not have any more fish. So another thing that we did as Panama, and this is the continuity, or let's say the same line of work in politics, it's, sorry that that's in Spanish, but it was looking for more protection or at least more management for sharks. Sharks are apex predators, which are needed to maintain the food chain. So during the Panama CITES COP, which was November of last year, we achieved that 90% of the Asian fin market is under CITES, which means that if you are gonna export or import any CITES species, any shark that is on the CITES, you need a special permit, which comes with studies, etc., that it's done before giving that permit out. So it's not that we're conserving sharks, it's not exactly that, but at least we are managing and making sure that the exportation and importation of those sharks are sustainable and legal. So, as I mentioned, that created the biggest corridor of marine protected areas, one of the biggest corridors of marine protected area in the world. Actually, the SEMAR, or the Eastern Tropical Pacific Corridor, was created in 2004, when I showed you that we only had 3.5%. But now that countries agreed to have more protection of the Eastern Tropical Pacific Corridor, there are things happening. There are more things happening, and one of those is getting more core areas, because I'm not gonna get into that, but more core areas of protected areas in that corridor. The Glasgow Declaration, which was a historical declaration in the Glasgow COP, in the COP of climate change, where the 4 presidents of Panama, Colombia, Costa Rica, and Ecuador, the 4 presidents went into stage and signed a resolution stating that they will take care of these areas and that they will create the biggest biosphere reserve, UNESCO Biosphere Reserve, in the entire world. This is still happening. This was 2 years ago. It's still on its way, but they are doing it. And I know personally the secretary of the SEMAR, and they are doing this. The other thing is we need money for this. We need money to take care of the oceans. And for that, we need permanent finance mechanism to be able to finance the work, the technology, the people, the park rangers, etc., to be able to take care of these protected areas. And one of the most interesting and political will things that we have been talking is that the SEMAR right now, it's a voluntary agreement. So the 4 countries signed it in 2004, but actually the actions that you take on the ground are not held into like a UN binding agreement. But they agreed now, and they're starting drafting a binding agreement for the 4 countries, which means that every action taken in the SEMAR will need to be agreed and will need to not to have harmful effects in the ocean, in our ocean, which is 1, because everything is connected in the ocean. So this is my last thing, and why we need coordination. It's so important to have coordination in between countries, and especially for the oceans, because I'm not gonna explain that one because but this one here. So here it's Cordillera de Coiba in Panama, and this is Malpelo in Colombia. Malpelo and Yurupari. This here, the pink thing that you see, it's a seamount. And that seamount is shared between the 2 countries. Half of it is in Colombia and half of it is in Panama. The Panama side, it's no take zone. Nobody can fish there. And the Colombian side, at the moment, you can fish there, but in the management plan, it says that if science agrees that that's an important area to conserve, even though we already know, we need more data to show it, then the zonification of the management plan can change. And we need that to change because sharks don't know this line here. They will go back and forth. So we can take care of them here, but then they fish it here. So that's why we need big marine protected areas with a highly and fully portion of it taken care of. And us as youth, this is what I want to see. Not this. These are baby hammerhead sharks in the fishery market. So this, who doesn't want to see that in the ocean? Well, people are scared of sharks, but that's what I want to see, not this. And that's why I'm here telling you the story, and that's why I'm here telling you, you guys can make that change. Thank you.
Thank you very, very, very much, Shirley, for this strong reflection on the good news. And we hope a lasting good news, and so we hope for more implementation, more security, and more spillover effect. If you do nothing in a given maritime area, the life under the sea is generous, and so it multiplies. I've been kindly requested right now to end the panel at 5 p.m., so which is very, very soon, as you can say, 5 p.m. It has been a privilege to work with all of you, with these 4 distinguished, brilliant panelists. Maybe a final word could be commons, les biens communs, our common goods. So natural resources, goods, okay, but how do we share in common? How do we transmit this to future generations with equity, justice? So common ownership, common management, common share in solidarity. All of us will be here for the break. So if you want to continue the conversation with any of the speakers, please don't hesitate. We will have now 30 minutes break. Thank you for the team taking notes, for the team now ready later to have the little presentation. And I think we all deserve, including the technical staff and translation, a big round of applause. I think it is allowed. So please, so if all of you want to come, we can certainly do it easily. Please. Excuse me? Okay, so... Please.
And congratulations to Tebaldo for managing this panel and this workshop. Thank you, Tebaldo.
If some of you want to be on the photo, please just come on the stage so we can have this as a logo.
Are you happy? Yes, that's what I like. Okay. We have people from all over the world, but we are in the afternoon now. So in the afternoon, we say boa tarde. But I want the energy. I want the energy of people who have lunch, the energy of people who had this coffee break. So boa tarde. Ah, che bene, che bene. I don't speak Italian, sorry. I only speak a little bit of French, like come ne pas te louer. That's it. Tutti gli italiani, batti la mano. Esta è la juventud del Papa. So I know how to speak the languages with these things. Well, I hope that you are all right, that the works of the afternoon were productive. And now we want to hear how productive the works were and what you have to say. We want to give the voice to the young people. So we will start right away. So basically the instructions that we have is that each panel we have as a speaker that will share the works of the afternoon sessions. You have 10 minutes to speak, and I'll be down. You can speak here in this microphone, and I'll be down here counting the time so that you don't stretch too much. So when you still have 2 minutes to go, I'll start waving to you so you know that you need to start finishing. Okay? Yes. Okay. Are you ready? Yes, the enthusiasm, the energy, I love it. Okay, so let's go with the first panel, which is Lifestyles and Economy, who is I believe it's Matthias. Okay, here it is. So a round of applause because he's speaking for a lot of people.
So, good afternoon, everyone, distinguished guests, authorities, dear friends. So we try to tackle a little bit the question we were proposed during panel discussion this morning, and we started by identifying the problems that we are extremely experiencing during this period of post-pandemic COVID and during the start of the war in Ukraine under a business and corporate model. So I'd like to start with a quote of the Laudato Si published 8 years ago. We have never to forget that the social change people must not left behind during the ecological transition. So people must not bear the costs of the changing we are trying to achieve. And we have had the opportunity during the panel discussion to confront ourselves, to share the different backgrounds of different countries, different languages, and we saw that some problems are common here in Europe. We live in isolated areas. Europe is not still very well interconnected, so public transportation that accounts for at least 70% of all global emission is still a problem that we have to solve. Following this, consumerism is used to compensate under a spiritual view a lack of purpose, a lack of meaning, a lack of spiritual concreteness. Lots of countries, for example, don't separate trash. That's not a great stuff, even if it's something small, something that each one of us can with faith do in our households. That's one of the main points we have to achieve. In region, the system does not work well, does not work properly, and we must try to dialogue with politicians, elected people and non-elected people, just like in the COP27, or just like in the next COP in Dubai. Following this, we have found some good examples of things we can adopt, just like stop using detergents, stop flying, even with lots of us, me as first a flight to come here in Lisbon, we should try to cut down on global emission, and one of the best methods is to try to start traveling in a very using renewable energy transportation. So you must not forget the social aspects. Our family, that's everything starts in there. And lots of managers in our panel had children. and lots of times they think more about not having a red bottom line at the end of the quarter rather than to the future of their children, and that's not sustainable in the long term. We have to make an examination of conscience and try to stop the wrong things that we are doing. We must be inspired and put our faith and joy in a conversion under a corporate and business point of view. We often use the word sustainability in the last decades as a slogan, just like telling that we are doing something, but what we are actually doing. We are not talking about projects. We are not talking about funds, because remember, the business world is extremely dependent on money. And we have seen, like, the revolution that Pope Francis made with the Dicasteri. That's exactly what we are trying to do. We have to organize our faith. Following this, we have also identified some commitments, some points some starting points that we have to adopt if we want to take concrete action. Every day we should try, just like San Tommaso d'Aquino mentioned a couple of centuries ago, to strike God with our arrow in order not to lose the sight of him, but more importantly, to find an extremely bound relationship with him. That's the only way that we can in some way translate the wrong action we are doing in a sustainable, environmental, socially, and governance lifestyle. We have to uplift everyone who is in poverty. It's easier said than done, of course, but if you are not our Christian community that does that, who will do that? We have to be open to dialogue, not to stick on our convictions. During the panel, we had the opportunity to exchange information, to exchange points of view, and more importantly, to have our knowledge improved and enlarged. That's the only way that we can convince senators, congressmen, congresswomen all around the world, elected people that we choose. We have to influence them in order to take action, in order to be ready for what is coming. Floods, famines are just some of the examples that we are experiencing in Europe. So as mentioned, we have to be open to dialogue. And I'd like to, in some sort of way, close the dialogue we had with another quote. And this time, it's not taken from any book, but from our heart, from what we felt. It was the perfect resume of what we had said. It's divided into 3 parts, and we have to remember that we work together to take concrete action. Humbleness must be at the center of our attention, must be at the center and at the bottom of our heart. We must plant kindness in order to harvest hope. And finally, to spread joy. Thanks for your attention.
So we now move on with the second panel, which is the panel on lifestyles and dedications for young people. I assume that the speaker is in the room. No? Who's going to speak about lifestyles and education, the second panel? I cannot speak because I was not there. So if anybody wants to join us, can the people that were in the second panel raise your hands, please? Can you point to the person who is entitled to speak for all? Yeah, so in the meantime, yes, we already have a person. So these moments of anxiety lead us to... Thank you. And the name of the brave woman that is coming to the stage is Joanna. So let's another strong round of applause for Joanna.
Okay. So I haven't prepared this, but yes, we talked a lot about how the first step, the first thing is to have a strong relationship with God. So because there was one thing I liked a lot, that was when we understand that our life is given, that everything, that we are loved, we can then love the world, and we can educate everyone to do this. So the first step is to educate, as was said in a presentation in this morning, is to educate to love the reality and love the world. Well, yes, I think this was the most important point we talked about, and yeah, that's it. I don't have much to say. Okay, I don't know if anyone wants to say more. Okay.
Okay, moving on to the third panel, which was on lifestyles and natural resources. I believe that this one has no problem. We already have someone. So, yeah. In your way here, you can tell me your name and I'll say it out loud. Milagros. Bueno, un aplauso, a round of applause for Milagros.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the wonderful opportunity given in this event. So, in the past 2 hours, me and other participants, we are attending the Natural Resources Working Groups. And we would share some notes that I believe we can implement and reflect together as a child of God. We need to do a change. It must be right now, as it's urgent. The changing of paradigm starts globally. How can we do it? Reducing the consumption of the soil fuels, go back to life and take care of the biodiversity, choose where we can be impactful individually at this moment. As Sarita Fernandez said, what we can see, we can't save, and we can't pray for. The wow experience that Pablo Fernandez referred to, the contemplation of the beauty of the nature, help us to feel the love and gratitude towards it and to preserve it. Therefore, we need to know our planet. We need to create collective accountability inside the democratic processes. We need to have policies to create internal change. Also, we need to work on to break the biases that prevent us to think that we are connected in this planet. Don't blame others. The distinction of the whale in the Northern Ocean is not only because of the North people, it's because of us. We are all part of the problem. Human beings, civils, government, politicians are responsible of the environment collapse and also to bring back the environment. As citizens, we must change our mindset and conception of the natural resources to common good. In that way, we conceive the natural good as a gift from God that we should share together. The ways that we consume have to be in our account. We are able to build our future with justice, common share, and common management. In order to preserve the protected environments, we need to make sure that the action between countries are sustainable, legal, and financially permanent. Find ways to energy transitions, we need to take the alternative conscience against how the world is functioning in reality. Be a believer about that you are preaching and behave accordingly, even when we are not accepted in our land. Just like what happened with the prophets. Take an example, David and Goliath. We are sometimes like David, look so small. Our contribution is very little by little, and Goliath is like our enemy, the people who doesn't support the conservation of the nature. looks big and unbeatable. But at the end, David defeated Goliath in the battle. So just like David, let things broader than the challenge, be bigger than the obstacle, and act as if it is possible for you not to fail. Easy things should be easy, hard things should be possible. Thank you.
Very well. So now we move to the panel on lifestyles and politics, which is the fourth one. And yeah, we have not one, but two ladies coming to the stage. So let's give an applause to them. Yes. We already have someone in the back ready to applause.
Thank you. So we have different groups according to language, and we discuss different topics, but we also agree on some narratives, and one of it was that the climate crisis is a complex problem, and we cannot homogenize it because the diagnosis is complex and the solutions are complex as well. So it's important to recognize the responsibility of each region because the solutions for the global north will be different from the solutions of the global south. And in that sense, we were also reflecting of the words that we heard of one of the speakers that the heat wave is very promoted on the news about Europe, but we don't hear about what's happening on the global south, what's happening in India and in other countries. So in that sense, it's very important to have a view of the climate crisis in a synodal way, and that we can learn from each other, learn from each region, from the south, the north, the east, and the west. And that was one of the discussions that we had, that for this, the young people are very important because they will have some ideas, and while young people get involved in politics, they can also propose change.
So just to continue, so what we then propose, right, as solutions. So we see that we discussed that there should be more investment in the Catholic social teaching and more education, political education of youth. And in order to do so, in our group, there were different proposals to bring different actors, and among which parishes as an information platform for climate change for youth, right? So different parishes in your communities can then bring national information for youth, and then more representation of different cultures also in the dialogue and in the debate, because that was something that also was missing and that all of us mentioned. And then because all the youth will have this easier access, to the information, they should be more present in the political debate on climate change. So that's the solution that we all talked about. And just to conclude, we also wanted to say that in order to have this systemic change, we also need to change our minds and our hearts, and to acknowledge that human beings are complex beings and they deserve to be seen as a whole. And once this will be acknowledged by all of us, then this will help this systemic change in our societies. So thank you.
And last but not least, we have the fifth panel. As you may remember, is the one with lifestyles and technology. So, and there's someone cheering him up. Here you are. So please come to the stage. What's your name? Chiara. So we have Chiara.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Chiara. I'm from Italy. I came here with my colleagues from Catholic University of Sacred Heart, and this afternoon I had the great pleasure to work with wonderful people from all around the world, and we reach deliberation about the relation between lifestyle and technology. We focused our attention on 5 questions. The first one asked us what our society would look like if we would have built it today, knowing what we know today with the current available technologies. We came to the conclusion that the ideal digital world would be a place in which minors, children, are truly safe, and people who help to find the materials to build the technologies that we use would not be taken advantage of. Our dream in this future digital world is to make sure that everybody, especially the little ones, are safe. Human augmentation as a possible technology should be grounded in truth and ethics, and we should not disregard ethics in tech development. We know that we are not coming back. Technology is not going to slow down for us, and we are going to need much more technology, and technology is going to involve all our lives. We should not be afraid of it, but we should treat it with truth, ethics, and respecting the humanity and the humans that we all are. The second questions ask us if people with disabilities would be involved as humans to serve in this common home, or just be served, if they will enter in the process of technology. And we managed to reflect about the fact that no one is truly able or disabled. A group said that if someone cannot sing, that could be considered a disability in that area. So if someone cannot walk, they have a difficulty only in that area, but they are still a complete person, a complete human with a lot of dignity that we want to respect. We can use technology to improve accessibility to everyone, and we would like in this future ideal digital world this technology to be cheaper, but we know that technology needs time to become cheaper. The third questions we worked on asked us about inclusivity, technology inclusivity. Should technology be presented to everybody or to no one? Are there exceptions about the use of technology? And as a group, we came to the conclusion that technology should not be imposed to anyone. We want technology to be available, but we don't want to impose it to anyone in respect of free will of any singular person. The fourth questions we worked on ask us how to live as Christians on the digital continent. We cannot eliminate the occasion to connect with others. We want to reach people with the message of Christ. We want to fight all the negativity that could come from social networks, for example, with wisdom, with truth, with peace that Christ gives us every day. A concrete example was for the church channels to share the blessings that people receive every day. The final questions is the following: how and which areas can telco big companies promote social responsibilities using digital technologies? There is the big risk of Big Brother becoming reality, controlling everybody. We have to mitigate that superpower that few companies owns and spread that power to more people. We want a future where technology is guaranteeing privacy, free speech, and freedom. This is the future of technology that we are looking for. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, so thank you all. Thank you, Chiara. And now that we have realized that these 5 dimensions of creation are so important, interesting, and that people have something to say on them, I think it's the perfect timing to look at this care of creation, starting on the wow that we have, as we heard in the morning, the wow that we have on creation, that translates to that we start to think of the dimensions and the responsibilities that we have, and then start taking action. I think this is the most difficult part, and the one that we have responsible now to get out of this room and get the action that was so called and so spoken about during this Congress. This goes in line with something that we actually is someone not staying here for the World Youth Day. Okay, so like 2 or 3 people will not stay here for the World Youth Day. But the vast majority is, which goes hand in hand with the creation. So if we witness God and if we see that God is in the people and in the creation, in the city, in every small flower that we find in the city and in the places where we're going to be, that is something that should wow us. And speaking about World Youth Day, I don't know if you have heard the hymn of World Youth Day, but I think it's a good moment for us to practice something that we will be singing along for the whole week. So I would invite everyone to rise up, which is something that Mary did when she went with haste to visit her cousin Isabel. So everybody rise up, rise up, rise up. And we will sing all together. I'll teach for you. Don't thank me. This has a good potential to be cringe. So I'll be singing the chorus of the hymn of the World Youth Day, okay? So it's in Portuguese, and I know that the majority don't speak it. So for now, your assignment is clapping, okay? So let's start training our clapping, like. Todos vão ouvir a nossa voz, levantemos os braços, a pressa no ar. Jesus vive e não nos deixa sós, não mais deixaremos de amar. Okay, so the final sentence is não mais deixaremos de amar. So we will never stop loving the creation, love our brothers and sisters, love everyone, love the world. So let's train this in Portuguese. Não mais, I want strength, I want energy. Não mais, deixaremos de amar. Again, não mais, deixaremos de amar. So this goes, não mais deixaremos de amar. Now I want to hear you, okay? Because you already know the lyrics. So, não mais Perfect. So now we will do everything in la 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 until the final verse, which is no. Okay, so are you ready? I want these claps. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. La 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 la. I think this deserves a second round. Does this deserve a second round? 1. Claps, I need claps, I need claps, I need claps. No, not those claps, like the claps. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. La 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 la. Very nice. I mean, you're such good students that I think we can do like the previous verse. Can you stand me for another 2 minutes? Okay. So, Jesus vive. So, Jesus is alive. E não, and don't, and doesn't. Nos deixa, and doesn't leave us. Sós, alone. So, Jesus vive e não nos deixa sós. Okay, so the last one is não mais deixaremos de amar. Okay, perfect. And before that, we have Jesus vive e não nos deixa sós. That goes like Jesus vive e não nos deixa sós, não mais deixaremos de amar. Okay, again that part, Jesus vive. Jesus vive e não nos deixa sós, não mais deixaremos de amar. Until that part in la la la, and then I do you for Jesus vive, okay? This will be tough. It's Portuguese, it's not Italian, it's not English, it's tough. But we are together. So, claps. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. La 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 la. It's now. Jesus vive e não nos deixa sós, não mais deixaremos de amar. One more time. La 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 la. Jesus vive e não nos deixa só. Não mais deixaremos de amar. Don't stop loving people! Okay. Okay, now I think we can sit down. Everybody's awake. I know it's siesta time. Okay. So, I would like to ask, so now that we are very awake and thankful for all this day and for all the graces that we have, especially to be here, but also to have the voice and the possibility to discuss this. So I think it's the time for our final greetings, and I would call the rector of Universidade Católica Portuguesa to say a few words. The Monsignor first. Okay, you can both come, and then you decide who speaks first. Monsignor, let's go.
Parlo in italiano. Quindi...
I'll speak in Italian. I will address you in Italian.
No, mi spiace per chi magari non ha le cuffie per la traduzione, ma insomma, mi pare che molti conoscono l'italiano. Poi ormai siamo davvero nella comunione delle lingue, perché qui lo Spirito Santo soffia in abbondanza. Bene, quando ci sono i convegni, e la rettrice dell'università lo sa bene, la mattina è tutto pieno. Poi man mano che passa il tempo, le sale si svuotano e alla fine rimangono i 4-5 affezionados.
Well, time goes along, but a few people stay. But then for the end, the room is full. We have an amazing round of applause to all of you. This is the most eloquent sign of passion that we all have for creation, for this huge challenge that we brought in terms of the richness of this journey, summarizing, having learned and heard the work of this day. Let me highlight that above all, this journey, this JMJ, it's the point of collection of a huge work that has been going on for a year and a half in delivering the manifesto Thursday to the Holy Father. This work is inspired by him, Laudato Si, collecting in a more detailed manner the result of what has been made in the groups from an image that appeared today following many of the reflections and contributions properly qualified of all of those who addressed us this morning. The 19th of June, we celebrated the 400 years of the birth of Pascal. The Holy Father dedicated a beautiful document, Solumentes et Miseria Homines, the greatness and misery of men. Pascal, a scientist, a humanist, a man of faith, with this thinking from Pascal, there is a thinking, a train of thinking that says that the humanity is running towards confusion. And in order not to give way to what they're doing, there is a beautiful theater in front of it. 4 centuries have come about. We are not yet within the confusion, but we are quite close to it. And all those theaters, we are getting all of them fascinating and quite suggestive also. The problem becomes serious drama, you know. So much ambiguity, so many contradictions. It is a time that has the need for a great judgment. I tried to summarize our work with 4 biblical expressions that are part of this day, like Cardinal Chesney told us in the report on the presentation of Martina Sanguida. Spoken about an expression from the gospel, the birds from the sky, from heavens, and the lilies from the field. And I saw this in the groups a few minutes ago. Also, we are invited to contemplate, to experience a gaze capable of welcoming the beauty. For youngsters, it is necessary, this contemplative gaze, because we are in a society riddled with technology. So many pressure, social pressure. We have, it must be capable to harness the deep sense of things, liberating us from the vanity of the owing or owning, dominating, exercising the power that becomes presumptuous and that ends up using things instead of looking at beauty. This brings two things into mind. On the one hand, the harmony, and on the other hand, fragility. We need to move within a reality that's complex. We have stupendous, wonderful things, but also so many fragilities and also so many questions coming from creation in its process of development, of transformation. And it comes from men that within creation experiences all these elements of beauty and also the fragility of creation. Contemplation alone allows us to recover the original vocation, being as the creators, the guardians and the cooperators of God. These things were given to us knowing how deep is the responsibility that was entrusted to us. The game of freedom, I think that no one else than youngsters can experience the beauty of freedom, the possibility of those who decide what will be the today and the future. We cannot change the past, but the present and the future depends on our freedom. Other freedoms from the past might have failed, but we are asked not to fail, to exercise our freedom, aware of the responsibility that was entrusted in us. The second expression, all our Congress is focused on the lifestyle. The world of fashion is one of the most developed worlds. Even from an economic standpoint, more business, it means to us lifestyle. The brands, and we have an amazing stylist. We have a formidable model, which is Jesus Christ. And we have something amazing, which is the Holy Ghost, the mystery of God, the Trinity, that we welcome continuously. What is useful for our lives, the most appropriate lifestyle. It's special clothing made on the essence of our life. It's a bit uncomfortable. In the mystery of God, in our model, those who want to file their life, they will eventually lose it. It is possible to have our life only if we love ourselves as He loved us. There is more joy in giving than receiving. These clothes, clothes of the Christian that we get when we are baptized, is the clothes that every day we find it difficult, but also the excitement of bringing it along. It is the clothes, the dress of gratuity, of the gift, with the expression. Taking care of creation, we won't feel love without it. Only those who experience the received love, the abundance of this love, becomes capable of loving. First mission, we must be grateful for everything that we welcome. Within that gratitude, to be witnesses of this love, which is the source of the greatest revolution. If youth is not revolutionary, who will? Who will? Many revolutions follow the logic of the destruction of the other to state an idea, a project, the life model destroyed.
Non mi soffermo perché lo abbiamo ascoltato adesso, quindi sarebbe solo una ripetizione, i tanti spunti bellissimi che
I don't want
riprenderemo.
to repeat myself, the beautiful ideas that we will recover in the manifest, how throughout the 5 main areas of the economy, education, resources, politics, technology, we have an option of selecting these areas. They are exposed when we play the greatest challenges within those challenges with the logic of the gospel, with our style. We might start to change ourselves, as we said. A continuous conversion of the heart, the manifest with this call of attention to the heart that the Pope invites us to think, to renew, so that this heart of ours is in sync with the heart of the world, with a heart that palpitates, like Balthasar, one of the greatest theoreticists, named the heart of the world. Let us learn to breathe and to put our heart in sync with the heart of God, the heart of humanity, especially those who suffer. Third, four, autumn pains. St. Paul, writing to the Romans, says that it suffers until today. The labor pains. This image of birth, it's appropriate because it doesn't hide the pain, the suffering. We must not hide this world. It's almost within a feeling of anxiety. It's not just the pre-arriving to the end. It must be to us, for Christians more than everyone. It might have this case being a moment in which we open with joy also to new things that are coming about, that are growing. Many initiatives from Laudato Si, so many movements began, all experiences that have been shared. Touch with our hand so many problems, but also a lot more resources, initiatives, projects, commitments, turning things around. This is truly a sign of hope. This Congress opening the GMJ week is an amazing seed of hope for us experiencing it, but also throughout us with all the youngsters who will be here in Lisbon and with all the youth in the world. It's a manifest for youth. They have this sensitivity, sure, but they are looking for a proposal for all youth in the world. We are called to live on this labor within the view of the Easter mystery, reminding us that we need to go across death to have this feeling of resurrection, of life after death, overcoming fatigues, difficulties. We would have to write many books, but we won't leave any of this part of our time. But at the same time, we want to look at the signs of hope, the seeds, all these hopes, all these things that make us believe that it is possible for a different humanity and that we need to build it together with no fear, with the best resources. Pope Francis tells us the integrality of our action with the mind, the heart, and the hands. And I hereby finish. This is a favorable moment. It's a day for salvation, an expression by St. Paul that echo in so many other expressions that we find in the New and Old Testament, so including the Apocalypse, the one that represents the labor of this humanity, where everything is new. Who are we to have a different gaze, to be able to bring to the history of humanity as an alternative ending, if we are the ones that believe that the Lord makes all things new? We are working with those who do everything in the three things that are favorable. The JMJ, I asked myself, where do we stand in terms of the message? Let me read two things from the Pope, summoning us to look at Mary. We should look at Mary. The Mother of the Lord is a model for men for youth in movement. Contemplating the image itself, it is all projected towards the exterior. It's the woman in a state of exodus, exiting herself towards the other, who is God, towards other brothers and sisters, namely the ones in greater need. What does this make you feel? The need to move, not to always be restless. The pandemic, the war, forced migration, poverty, violence, calamities from climate. Hence the question, why does this happen? Why me? Why now? The main question for our existence is the following: to whom? Today, and in the next few days, there are some indications for an answer that we can find. And the Holy Father tells us that the Holy Ghost may ascend in your hearts, the desire for you to rise up and to walk together in a synodal style, therefore abandoning fake borders. It is time to stand. Let's rise, and like Mary, let's bring Jesus within us, bringing him to us all in this beautiful period of your lives. We cannot delay what the Spirit may do now. The Pope is bringing us this mandate. We will be able to hear it and find the confirmation of this indication. Let us be driven by Mary. Let's stay with Mary, because nothing is impossible for God. Just think about Goliath and David. For God, it's quite a simple fact. Mary believed at the word of the angel and believed that nothing is impossible for God. According to the knowledge, this is the synod. It is important to tell the Holy Father that this is at the core. It is quite clear, if we want to go together, we cannot do it without putting at stake the care of creation.
è che ogni tanto
The biblical root of the Jubilee is that regularly at the time of history, we need to stop and be accountable before God.
consegnavano tutto a Dio perché tutto avevano ricevuto da Dio e riequilibravano un po' le cose, si ripartiva di nuovo. Ecco, il giubileo vuole
Getting everything from God means that we must put everything at the service of God also. It's a time of grace where we are start again, and we wish that the Jubilee might be an important stage, continuing this path of reconvening in the next Congress about care of creation. All protagonists, all artifices of new things that God continues to bring. Let me thank you all.
And now, as promised, the final words are for the rector of Universidade Católica Portuguesa, Professora Isabela Capelua Gil.
Just a very brief remarks to say thanks. And I will give them in one of the most beautiful languages in the world, my own language, our language, em português. Palavras simples para agradecer.
Simple words to say thank you. Let me start by thanking you, youth, participants in this Congress, for the generosity of being with us in Lisbon, sharing that will of transforming the world, believing that change is possible, and believing that the witnessing of the Christian faith will change the world, will contribute into a positive change. To thank the Foundation for choosing us as the university to welcome this Congress's important moment that, as Monsignor was saying, is the seed for the week that begins the extraordinary activities of the JMJ. Could not be better. We've heard the words of those who are the protagonists of the future. Choosing Lisbon in Portugal as host of the JMJ, we are very honored, and we feel a huge weight of responsibility for welcoming the entire world in this corner, cosmopolitan corner.
Encontrei lá fora grupo de 100 peregrinos da Malásia.
I found 100 pilgrims from Malaysia. We have pilgrims from everywhere in the world. A welcoming center here at the university. Today, we've recorded 32,000 pilgrims. So it is remarkable. Let me leave you with an image. This is the care of creation, the being in awe of the amazing part. And Saint Teresa of Avila talks about strawberries. Some of you will remember this. Saint Teresa is in her vegetable garden looking at strawberries and thinking which is the best way to commend God. It's by contemplating strawberries or eating the strawberries. Contemplating and experience are both sides that are essential for this intervention and the act of care. That we are inspired and for which we are inspired to act by the Christian message, contemplating or tasting the strawberries. These are devices not just from the will of God, but from this love for creatures and for creation, that this first day of joint reflection is also a day of inspiration for action. so that we can all live with the will and the liberation of witnessing our faith and within it to transform the world. Thank you all for being here, and I hope you have great JMJ.
I believe that now is the time of the final prayer. So if the Monsignor wants to join me to give the blessing in the end. I'll read in English. I'll put it here. And then you may give a blessing in the end. Okay. Can I have Antonio? Oh, I might read it. Okay. Maybe we all rise up. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Dear God, who create and sustain all things, increase our capacity to marvel at the work of your hands. Enable us to be messengers and witnesses of the good news about the caring of creation. May your grace sustain our commitment to convert to a new way of life. May your hand sustain us when our perseverance falters. Teach us sobriety, simplicity, harmony, and respect for every creature. Sharpen our ears, and we shall hear the cry of the poor and the cry of the earth. Open our eyes, and we will know how to recognize your face in that every brother and sister. Open our lips, and we will sing your glory, God of creation. Give us a new heart to love you, and to love every one of your creatures. Support families with your spirit so they may be sources of humility and goodness. Enlighten educators, politicians, business people, men and women of science, so that they may all contribute to joy, to advance and a new humanity in which we consider ourselves to be brothers and sisters. Where structures of sin cause injury to humanity and our common home, awaken, God, structures of grace and fellowship to heal and restore peace. You are our hope, and with you and following you, we shall not sink into anxiety and resignation. Laudato Si.
God bless you. And then the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit.
Thank you very much. I think, okay. Marco is saying that he wants a little bit of guitar again. Okay, I'll get the guitar. Just two announcements. First, the foundation will be in the Church of St. Anthony, close to the Cathedral of Lisbon, giving the opportunity to be witnessing the metaverse and giving some handouts. And second, there is dinner outside. There is the rest of the lunch that you can take home so that we don't have waste, and you can take the lunch boxes to dinner, okay? Okay, guys. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Todos vão ouvir a nossa voz. Levantemos os braços à pressa no ar. Jesus vive e não nos deixa sós. Não mais deixaremos de amar. E lá, 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 vai! Lá, 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 lá. Welcome to Lisbon. Thank you so much. Goodbye.